Dragon Ball, one of the most famous and acclaimed shonen manga series ever made. Created by Akira Toriyama, this story of a bulletproof monkey hillbilly boy would capture the hearts and imaginations of millions and go on to become a media juggernaut, growing into spin-offs, a whole host of animated shows and movies, and a live-action one, and equally beloved continuations that carry the series and the adventures of Goku all the way into the current day. Though one outlet of Dragon Ball's media reach that sometimes gets a bit overlooked is its presence in the world of video games. You see, even since the very beginning, people have been trying to translate the world of Dragon Ball into the interactive medium. In just 2 years after the manga began, the series would get its first 4 separate playable titles, and it's been cranking out beloved games ever since. I mean, come on, you got your Budokais, Budokai Tenkaichis, Raging Blasts, fighters, beat-em-ups, RPGs, interactive OVAs, and yes, even mobile gacha games. With each of these games taking great advantage of not only adapting the series' amazing arcs and plotlines, but allowing players to take control of its iconic, colorful cast of characters. But speaking of that cast of characters, have you ever just sat there looking at the character select screen and just thought about them? Like, have you ever wondered, I wonder who gets to be playable more in these types of games compared to other characters? I mean, it's probably Goku, right? But I mean, after that, who gets picked more? Piccolo? Vegeta? Krillin? Yamcha? And even if Goku would wind up being picked the most, I mean, which Goku? Base form Goku? Super Saiyan Goku? Or is there a character that you absolutely love to play, but is just kind of rare in Dragon Ball games, and you're wondering just how many games can I play as this guy in? Or even have you just peered into the endless sea of gacha game characters and just wondered who the hell are even half these guys? Well, we're here to answer those questions and many, many more as we go over every single playable Dragon Ball character on a journey that'll take us through every single corner and crevice of Dragon Ball's colorful history to find out which character has the most playable popularity. But before we can get into it, of course, with a task this colossal, first we have to define what does it mean to be a playable Dragon Ball character, and which games even qualify for this list. Of course, the easiest way we can do that is by laying down the rules. We've done this before, so I'll just try and breeze through it. Rule number 1, the games we're looking at today are games with actual playable rosters. So games with more than like 2 playable characters, bare minimum. Rule number 2, we're also looking at games where characters are actual characters. So no cards, please. Games like Dokkan and Heroes where characters are first represented by cards but are in-game shown as themselves are perfectly fine, just no straight up card games. Rule number 3, the games we are looking at have to be explicitly Dragon Ball games. However, in the case of a crossover, we only want games that host a 50-50 split between the Dragon Ball characters and whatever thing they're crossing over with. So tiny stuff like Fortnite, where only a select few characters get picked as cameos in a sea of a million other crossovers, will not be counted. However, this go around, I've decided to make a bit of an exception, mainly for the game Battle Stadium DON, which is a neat 3-way crossover between Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Naruto. Rule number 4, re-releases will only be counted if they include major roster differences. In this list, this rule only applies to the Wii version of Budokai Tenkaichi 2, as that version has a couple extra characters. Rule number 5, characters that only reside as assists and items are only that, assists and items. And characters that serve the role more as tools in another character's moveset will not be counted, unless they are given credit in the character's name. Think like Rosalina and Luba or a Noob Smoke type situation. Rule number 6, all costumes at times may resemble other characters, but at the end of the day, they are just that, alternate costumes and not characters. And then finally, rule number 7. We will not be counting characters only playable through hacks, cheats, or mods, and we will only be looking at official games in the series, meaning no fan games. Now, those cover the basic rules. I run through those nearly every video. But with Dragon Ball, it comes with a couple extra tricky little pitfalls we gotta sort through. There's a lot of fat here we gotta trim, otherwise this list will just wind up being a weird, bloated mess. Well, more so than it already is. Starting with transformations. If you know anything about Dragon Ball, then you know that just about every character in this series has some form of transformation. And I bet you're wondering, how the heck are we gonna treat those? Well, I'm more than happy to treat transformations as characters, but only when the games themselves decide to treat the transformations as separate characters. Meaning letting me select them from a character select screen and all that. So transformations that are temporary and are only found through gameplay, like energy costing power-ups in the RPGs, or a cutscene super in a fighting game, those will not be treated as playable appearances. The only game I'll make an exception of this rule for, however, is Dragon Ball The Breakers, specifically for its raiders, as that whole part of the game basically revolves around the expectation of the raiders evolving and transforming and becoming more powerful. So it'd be weird not to include the whole evolutionary line. Though looking at some of the transformations in general, let's just say they're not all made equally. There are just some transformations and power-ups that are so visually indistinguishable from one another that you wouldn't even be able to tell they were even in a different form. Like, tell me, if Vegeta wasn't doing his iconic thumb point into getting his ass kicked maneuver, how would you even be able to tell me which of these guys was in Super Saiyan Grade 2? I mean, obviously there are going to be some exceptions. I'm not just going to scrub every single Super Saiyan 2 from the list, but keep in mind, for minor forms where you really can't tell the difference at a cursory glance, I might just not bother. And aside from transformations, another type of characters some of the games love implementing is time period or continuity specific variations. Starting with the time frame exclusive stuff, in order to be able to make all their big Goku fights accurate in the big Arena Fighter story modes, these games will often make 3 separate time period specific Gokus, each representing early, late, and yes, even mid Dragon Ball Z, each with their own distinct supers and abilities, just to keep things accurate to the story. Would be weird if he was busting out Super Saiyan 3 in the Saiyan Saga after all, and they even went as far to do this for some other characters like Vegeta and Trunks. But that concept doesn't really translate across the other Dragon Ball games, so just to keep things consistent, Goku will just be Goku, no matter how mid he is. Though of course the dedicated kid, teen, and adult characters will be counted as normal where those apply. And as for the continuity-based variations, I'll just do what the games do for the most part. You know, GT, Z, and Zeno characters will be counted as separate, as the games tend to count them separate, and the Super and Adult Daima variations will just get lumped in with the Z variations. Unless you're a crazy retcon like Bardock or Broly. And with all that said, we then get to our final and most important rule. Don't throw bricks at my house. Think of this more as a highly accurate overview rather than a 100% accurate list, mainly because I'm only one human man putting this all together. You know, mistakes, typos, they have and will slip through the cracks. But also, with Dragon Ball having like, what, 5 major games right now, adding new characters what feels like every week, I quickly realized that I kind of needed a cutoff point for my research, because if I had to drop everything and re-research, rewrite, re-record, and re-edit whole sections of this video every time a new character came out in the gacha games, this video would genuinely never release. So this count up is only reflective up to September 10th of this year, basically up to the base roster release of Gekishin Squadra. Hope that's not too disappointing or anything. But even with all that bullshit out of the way, there is one huge reason this list isn't truly complete. Because, for the first time in series history, I failed. I couldn't do it. I couldn't count up every single playable character, all thanks to a little game called Dragon Ball Fusions, a 3DS Dragon Ball RPG game with a focus on mixing and matching fighters to create never-before-seen Super Warriors, and a game that takes heavy inspiration from the Pokemon series, mainly with being able to battle and recruit warriors into your party. And of course, while this game does contain the Dragon Ball characters you'd actually want and expect from a title like this, to pad out its roster, the game also contains many original characters made just for this game. How many to be exact? 179. Well, okay, that's not too bad. I've tackled worse. But, you know, this is Dragon Ball Fusions. Not only do we have all these completely original characters, but they also all have the ability to fuse not just between themselves, but also with our actual Dragon Ball characters, making completely original fusions that do count as characters. And how many do they total to? 789 original fusions. That's close to double the characters we have on this list as is. Now, obviously, I can't cover that. Even if I could, even if I wanted to, and I doubt anyone in the audience would want to hear me rattle off original fusion names for like 30 minutes straight. That's just insane. So we're just gonna pretend that the original characters as well as the original fusions in this game just don't exist. Though I will be counting this game's original protagonists, Tekka and Pinich, as well as all the cool fusions between Dragon Ball's actual fighters. If you really do want to learn more about these characters, I mean, I don't know, I'll probably make a YouTube short about them, but also there is a page dedicated to them on the Dragon Ball Wiki. But be warned, the page is so large it will lag and maybe even crash your computer. Congrats, Fusions, ya beat me. Okay. But even after all those rules and stipulations and having to axe so many original characters, we still have an insane 800 plus characters in the running. So I hope you're excited. And hey, if you enjoy this video and you're feeling generous, maybe toss it a like, maybe even a subscribe if you're feeling crazy. I know YouTube has that whole new hype system, so maybe consider throwing a couple of those my way or something. I don't know, man, it's up to you. But hey, enough shilling, let's get on with the video. Okay, but before we actually start proper though, there is just one more thing I need to bring up. I swear it's the last. So if you've watched my videos for a while, then you know usually in the top right of the screen, I'll usually put a little origin text graphic that tells you guys where the character first appeared. Like, you know, what game they debuted, or comic, or franchise, stuff like that. Well, for Dragon Ball, I thought the obvious choice was, well, dude, Saga of origin. Dragon Ball is pretty famously split into distinct sagas, but then I found out that A, the official distinctions for sagas kind of suck. Like, dude, all due respect to the captain, you know, big fan of his work, looked up to him for years, but bro is not his own saga, I'm sorry. And B, there's also the fact that I talk about a lot of characters that don't originate from any sort of saga, like characters from the movies and games and crap like that. Though instead of scrapping the idea and doing like what fucking manga page they debuted or whatever, I actually went ahead and just kind of started making up my own names. I mean, hopefully I named them well enough for people who have watched Dragon Ball to just like get it, but for the viewers at home, I also made this whole diagram that explains what the hell I'm talking about if a name's ever too confusing or vague. Though if you think the whole thing's just dumb in general, you can just ignore it. Just me having a bit of fun. Anyway, let's actually start this thing. And of course, as always, we're kicking things off with the one-timers. Characters who have only ever managed to appear playable in a single game. Starting with an obscure one, Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan Densetsu, where we have the only playable appearance of the two Namekian warriors, Maima and Sumari, made original for this game. In this version of the events of the Namek Saga, these two serve as the protectors of the two-star Namekian Dragon Ball, and force Gohan and crew to defeat them in battle before they can get their hands on it. Look man, I appreciate your guys' dedication, but Space Hitler is kind of massacring your planet here. Can this shit wait? Though if you have Dende in your party before speaking to him, they'll actually decide to join up with you, helping you out for a decent-ish bit of the game before abruptly leaving to do something else after beating Dodoria. Though you can actually find these guys later in the last area of the game, where you can actually convince both of them and Dende to fuse with Piccolo for the final battle. Damn, bro was extra jacked in that timeline, that's pretty crazy. Then in Dragon Ball Z Goku Hishoden, we have the first of many Gokus, the Goku doll, the clay replica of himself Goku fought against on Kami's Lookout. Though since this game takes place during the Saiyan Saga, the Goku doll here is actually based off adult Goku and not kid Goku like the original. And up next in GT Final Bout, oh look at that, another Goku. Specifically, Super Saiyan Adult GT Goku. While Super Saiyan GT Goku has been a costume in many games and a boss fight in Dokkan, this is the only game where he has specifically been a separate playable character. And then in the first Budokai game, we have a pretty crazy what-if form, Cellin, an exclusive form only playable in one of the game's bonus chapters. The result of Semi-Perfect Cell accidentally absorbing Krillin, making him significantly tinier and weaker. Though lucky for him, it all turns out just to be a bad dream.
I guess 10 days is just too long to wait for the tournament.
Then, in Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure, specifically in the game's Extra mode, which lets you play as a ton of its miscellaneous original Dragon Ball baddies, we have the Bear Thief, a turtle-loving bandit and the first bad guy Goku ever beat up in the whole series, as well as the Boar Bandit, Dog Wolf, Flying Camera, reconnaissance drones used by the Pilaf Gang and the Red Ribbon Army, a Red Ribbon Army dog soldier, Ukulele, the lowest ranking member of Demon King Piccolo's army, and Major Metallotron, the first successfully created Red Ribbon Army android. And following that, in the first Budokai Tenkaichi, we have the Great Ape, the form all tailed Saiyans undergo after gazing into the full moon. Now, you think this is just a Great Ape version of Goku or maybe Gohan or something, but no, the game's character gallery actually states that this isn't any of them, and is in fact just a random unnamed Saiyan warrior, freeballing it without any armor apparently. Oh god. And then in Shin Budokai Another Road, we have some exclusive Gohan forms with Super Saiyan 2 and Ultimate Future Gohan, two forms he unlocked in an alternate timeline where he defeated the androids and even went on to face off against Majin Buu. And in Dragon Ball Z Dragon Battlers, honestly, is a form so stupid and inconsequential, I just felt like I had to include it. So, you know when Goku fights Nuova Shenron and he cracks his shell mid-fight to help keep up with Super Saiyan 4 Goku? Yeah, you could play as him specifically with his weird red shell. Yippee. And speaking of silly things that shouldn't exist, Dragon Ball Evolution, the game. Did you know this movie got a game? Apparently it's not even half bad, since it's literally just a Budokai game in disguise. And I mean, if we are separating all the separate continuity of these characters as separate characters, I guess that would mean the movie versions would be their own characters, huh? Which in that case, we have the playable evolution versions of Bulma, Chi-Chi, Grandpa Gohan, Goku, Mai, Piccolo, Roshi, and Yamcha, as well as a playable Fu Lum, one of the generic baddies standing in for the mutated demon Namekians, along with Neo Piccolo, a video game exclusive form he achieves after his resurrection. And for our final movie character, we have the Ozaru, this movie's weird, tinier version of the Great Ape, which, after doing research for this video, apparently originally wasn't even gonna be an ape. It was gonna be like a weird lizard goblin thing. God, this movie sucks. And again, yet another Goku. But this one's looking pretty different. From 2015's Battle of Z, we have Super Saiyan Naruto Sage Mode Goku.
Day 1 editions include a bonus download code for Goku's Naruto costume.
No way he just put in a Naruto reference in there. Yeah, man, my anime fans are going, man, I love this reference. Sasuke, Naruto, Sharingan.
I've actually never seen Naruto, but from what I can gather, this is a form of Goku combining both the power of Super Saiyan and the natural force of the world's chakra achieved from Sage Mode. And even without knowing much about Naruto, this is pretty cool. Having characters tap into powers outside their series is an interesting concept. And then we get to the first of our big gacha games on this list, Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. Let's take this somewhat chronologically. First off, we have Monster Carrot, a mob boss rabbit man with the ability to turn people into carrots just with his touch, and the overall swaggiest Dragon Ball villain. We also have Chi-Chi's father and the ruler of Fire Mountain, the Ox King, Master Mutaito, Earth's first savior and Master Roshi's master, the one to first defeat Demon King Piccolo, the villainous skateboard-riding, pickled plum-loving Superman parody Sour Man, two of Fortune Teller Baba's 5 mighty undead fighters, See Through the Invisible Man and the boxing vampire Dracula Man. Not to be confused with the actual Dracula, who apparently also exists in Dragon Ball. Then from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, we have the filthy and flirty fighters of Bacterian and Ranfan, two martial artists whose strategies involve digging in they butt and getting butt-ass naked. Then the Otherworld Guardian of the Sacred Furnace of 8 Divisions, Anin, as well as her giant form, the dragon-like third son of Demon King Piccolo, Symbol, the mutated Namekian created with the sole purpose of finding the Dragon Balls. Then we even get some of the fighters from the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, like the former champ King Choppa, the reverse werewolf thirsty for revenge Manwolf, and the world-famous Muay Thai kickboxer and international movie star Pamput. We also have Booyan, first thought to be just some random monster, but later revealed to be part of an alien species known as the Jigglers, who somehow wound up as the pet of the Red Ribbon Army's General White. And for our last original Dragon Ball character here, we have Pasta, King Gurume's top henchwoman from Curse of the Blood Rubies. Now we get to the first of many, many Great Ape versions of actual Dragon Ball characters, starting with Great Apes Borgos and Shigesh, forms the two pillaging Saiyans often undergo when decimating planets. And following that is one of the first of our many, many time period exclusive characters, with two of the Gotens. Teen Goten from Dragon Ball Super Hero, and Adult Goten from the end of Dragon Ball Z. I mean, he looks about to be the same age as Gohan was when people started calling him Adult Gohan, but now people call that Gohan Teen Gohan, and this Gohan is adolescent whatever. We don't have time for this discussion. Though teaming up with Goten and Trunks in a unit mentioned by name is Krillin and 18's infant daughter, Marin, which by my rules technically makes her a playable character. We also get some Gotenks action with Skinny Gotenks, one of the weaker failed forms the two are morphed into after the sloppy execution of the fusion dance, along with a Gotenks Ghost, one of the explosive phantoms from the fusion's Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. Then we get to some generic goons with the Red Ribbon Army Soldier and Bobbity's Minion, the rather generic name for the weird mustache face aliens that serve under Bobbity. With another Bobbity minion that I'm really surprised is only playable here, the light-devouring scaled fiend Yakon. Then we get to Icarus Jr., the dragon friend of Goten and son of the original Icarus, who's surprisingly an original character from Dokkan Battle, I believe, unless he's from some weird filler that I'm missing, followed up by a Dokkan original persona, being Great Saiyaman Kid Trunks, a costume he dons as a disguise in one of Dokkan's story mode events. Then we get to the participants of Z's 25th martial arts tournament, starting with, oh, it's Killa.
Whoa, is that blackface, dude?
Yeah, sad to say, character designs like these will always be a rough spot in Toriyama's otherwise incredible art. I'm just shaking my head, bro. We also get the chauvinistic pretty boy Jewel, and the oversized braggart bully Pintar. Side note, isn't this weird that this guy was created right before the Boo arc kicked off and he has like the same outfit as the Fusions and the Boos do? Was this like a weird form of foreshadowing? Like again, he's supposed to be an Arab and he's wearing a pretty generic Arabian prince outfit. It's just weird that this guy of all characters started the whole fashion trend of the arc. Do you think Toriyama just doodled this guy and he was like, you know what? This is the fit. Then onto the Dragon Ball GT continuity with the GT versions of Android 18, now settled into her quiet home life, and GT Great Ape Vegeta, the form he enters when trying to achieve Super Saiyan 4, along with the adult version of Baby, the perfect form of Baby he takes on after reaching his full potential and being forced out of Vegeta's body. Though we never get to see it fight, apparently it's so powerful it can only exist inside giant-sized hosts like great apes. And at the very end of GT, we have the powered-up great-great-great-great-grandsons of Super Saiyan Goku Jr. and Super Saiyan Vegeta Jr., as well as Mamba, the demon cannibal witch from A Hero's Legacy. I mean, I guess it technically isn't cannibalism if she's a demon trying to eat a Saiyan child, but eating children just isn't a good look all around. Then from the GT characters onto the ones hailing from Super, starting from the Goku Black arc with Infinite Zamasu. The result of Zamasu's body being destroyed, but his immortality and regeneration kicking into overdrive, causing him to merge and become one with the universe itself. In the anime and the card art, he's represented by this creepy floating sky head, but in-game, he's actually this spooky black silhouette. Ooh. Also related is a playable Super Saiyan Rose Goku Black clone, a slightly shinier haired doppelganger created after he accidentally ripped a hole in space-time. Then we get to the arc slightly before this one, if you can even really call it an arc, with its main villain, Duplicate Vegeta, a being created after Vegeta's absorption by the bioweapon called the Kamen-san, which can steal a person's power and use it to create an almost identical copy of them, even sharing the absorbee's memories. Also coming in the flavor of a Super Saiyan Blue. Then we have a couple of fun forms coming up, starting with Frost's third form, a form pretty much identical to Frieza's version, though he tries to pass it off as his final form as a trick, along with Majin Buu's shape-up form, a form Majin Buu takes after actually exercising and losing a bit of weight, though after its usage, it does put the Majin into a months-long coma, so not that practical of a form. Super Ribrianne, a form Ribrianne takes on after receiving enough love from her teammates, granting her increased power and pink butterfly wings. Big Bergamo, the result of him using his ability, which allows him to get bigger with every hit he takes. And Ultimate Mode Kato Pesra, a mode his robot suit can actually switch into that grants him a 300 times power and speed boost. And for actual Tournament of Power characters, we have the space-manipulating female Pride Trooper Kokot, the Universe 2 Tuffle Zarbuto, and his fellow Kamikaze Fireball members Rabanra and Zerloin, and the Universe 6 Namekians of Sayonel and Pilina. And then we get to the characters created specifically for the gacha-based spin-off game Dragon Ball Heroes, the biggest pain in the ass when it came to putting this video together. If you thought the standard gacha games were bad on their own, then this is a gacha game on steroids, with them not just using just about any Dragon Ball character that they can get their hands on, but even having an entire pantheon of original characters. Though, fittingly, we actually get to start with the game's quote-unquote protagonist, Beat, an Earthling and great descendant of Goku from the far, far future, and an avid player of the in-universe version of Dragon Ball Heroes. That's right, in canon, Dragon Ball Heroes is also an arcade gacha game created by the Capsule Corporation. But differently from the real-life version, it's also like a weird VR game where people can go into the arcade world as their own Saiyan, Namekian, or Frost Demon avatars. The only real-life stuff that happens is in the tie-in manga where a professor goes back in time and collects the Black Star Dragon Balls and accidentally unleashes the Black Star Dragons who kidnap some kids into the game and they have to fight them. But other than that, every single thing that happens in these games is just a product of an in-universe video game. So even by non-canon standards, all this weird Xeno bullcrap just isn't real. But I guess that just opens up a hell of a lot of questions. Like, if Dragon Ball Heroes is a game set within the universe that takes place in a GT timeline, then how the fuck do they know about the stuff that happens in Super? And who the hell is even making this game? How do they know so much about what happened over the course of Dragon Ball? Did Goku wind up writing a memoir or something? Oh, and also in Dokkan, you get to play as one of Beat's in-game avatars, Great Saiyaman 4. But let's get to some actual in-game characters, starting with Ahm's second form, an AI android created by the former Time Patroller Celis, who, much like Majin Buu, can absorb combatants to steal their powers. In this form specifically, stealing the powers of both Cell and Frieza. And to cap off the original characters of Dokkan, we have Dokkan Butoden, Goku, and Vegeta. Two characters made for an April Fool's event, and both sporting a pixelated art style. So retro. Then we get to Dragon Ball Xenoverse. Xenoverse? The other great game continuity of Dragon Ball, which focuses on the Time Patrollers, a group led by both Future Trunks and the Supreme Kai of Time Cronoa, to help protect the timeline and clean up any temporal anomalies. Though oddly enough, the in-universe game of Dragon Ball Heroes also uses this exact plotline in its stories, though do keep in mind that these two are completely separate universes with completely separate characters. I'll just be lumping them together for consistency's sake. But anyway, this is where we get a game-exclusive form, the Villainous form, a form utilizing dark magic to drastically increase its user's power as well as their evil intent, kind of like a bootleg Majin form. And while many characters in Xenoverse utilize this form, the only playable characters here are Villainous Gotenks, Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta, Final Form 100% Frieza, Super Perfect Cell, Kid Buu, and Broly. And then we get to Dragon Ball Fusions, with of course a whole heaping helping of one-timer playable fusions. Try and take a guess as to who's been fused with who. We have Regoldo, Nuova Goku, Krig Gohan, Cell 17, Android 1920, Android 1617, Android 1718, Ginyuza, Ginyu Man, Majin Hercule, Great Satan Man, Great Saiyaman 12, Great Jocko, Arale 18, Towain, Towale, EX Yamhan, Krillin, EX Krillin, Nats, Recurter, Gulse, Rappa, Turts, Karoli Black, Penita, Vaganks, Yamta, Dodoban Monster Form, Burst, Chioldo, Chiahan, Kuhan, Gorillin, Kalohan, Kabikalo Kai, Picohan, Jakunks, Perfect 16, Demon King Dakalo, Kabir Kai, Goris, Tanks, Gomasu, Damira, EX Gotenks, EX Trunks, and EX Gogeta, along with the Super Saiyan form of Pinich, a form this original character reaches after training under Vegeta. And if you thought the villainous forms from Xenoverse were cool, then get ready for Xenoverse 2 and its super villain forms. Developed by the Villain Toa as a successor to the villain form, it helps double the effect of the power gain and the evil intent drawn out, with the playable super villains here being super villain Yamcha, Broly, Cell, Kid Buu, Mira, Omega Shenron, Janemba, Metacooler, and Golden Frieza. But we're not even done yet, as we have a villain form to go even further beyond. The Ultra Super Villain form, with triple the effect of the forms before them, and giving the users the ability to infect anyone with the power as well. Though so far it has pretty few users, with us only having Ultra Super Villain Jiren, Super Saiyan Rose Goku Black, and Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Then we have Super duper ultra. Nah, I'm just kidding. The last exclusive forms here we have to talk about actually lie with the good old captain himself, Captain Ginyu, along with his body change technique, as he doesn't just swap with Goku in this game. You can place both Ginyu in Vegeta and Zeno Trunks' body, as well as Zeno Trunks in Captain Ginyu's body. As for what a Zeno character is, we'll talk about that in a minute. Then we get to our next gacha title, which thankfully, unlike Dokkan, is mercifully short. We have two of the three wolf boys from Universe 9, the sadistic Lavender and Basil the Kicker. Then we get to the characters original to Dragon Ball Legends, starting with Giblet, a younger brother of Shallot and one of the earliest Saiyans ever, who along with his brother waged war against the evil Saiyans of his time. Along with that, we also get two forms of his, Super Saiyan God and Dark Ki Unleashed. Just another power mind control mode like the villainous forms, this time used by the villain Zaha. Speaking of which, Zaha himself, a magical swordsman from a world erased by the Grand Zeno, who, after plotting his revenge, orchestrated a tournament of time in order to both destroy the universe and personally take revenge on the Omni King. Honestly, I think he's one of the cooler game original villains here, mostly based on his design. I like the stupid helmet and the floating swords, he's pretty cool. And to cap off Legends, we have Shallot, the fusion between both Shallot and Giblet, though this form, along with the other two forms Giblet has, are only usable in the game's story mode. Then we get to Dragon Ball The Breakers, bringing us a couple of silly ones, starting with the one-time playable survivors of Master Roshi's sister, Fortune Teller Baba, Yamcha's best friend, the shape-shifting cat Puar, King Furry, an anthropomorphic dog and elected King of the Earth, and everyone's favorite, Farmer with a shotgun, with the only exclusive playable raider here being Larva Cell, an early form Cell takes on after reverting himself to an egg, which after hatching, he must bury himself for 3 years. There his form matures. And for our only one-timer in Sparking Zero, we have the Super Saiyan version of Kale, specifically the more normal-ish version of Super Saiyan she gets a hold of after bringing down her legendary rage to a more manageable state. And then finally, in the newest Dragon Ball Gacha Slop, I'm allowed to call this one Gacha Slop by the way, because apparently even the Dragon Ball Gacha fans don't like this one. We have the mini versions of Super Saiyan 2 Goku, Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Piccolo, and Supreme Kai, turned back into children after a wish from the Dragon Balls, powered up Majin Buu, a form he takes on trying to imitate Super Saiyan 3, the Demon Realm Super Elite Gendarmerie Force members of Danima, Hylia, Kadam, Masham, and Gaimoi, the would-be usurper siblings of Degasu and Dr. Arensu, the ancient legendary Namekian Neva, and the former king of the Demon Realm, King Goma, along with his two other forms, Third Eye Goma and Giant Goma, forms he morphs into after getting his hands on the legendary evil Third Eye, as well as the Namekian-made protectors of the Demon World's Dragon Balls, Tamagami number 1 and Tamagami number 2. And to end us off, we have the craziest character on our whole list, a character I never even fathomed could possibly be playable, but here he is. We have the wisest Namekian in existence, Grand Elder Guru. Yes, the big fat guy who can't even fight, let alone get out of his chair, is a playable character. Simply amazing. Now let's get to some characters who have actually shown up more than once. Going back once again to Super Saiyan Densetsu. Playable in that, as well as Dragon Ball The Breakers, is the Namek Saga's White Mage and the new God of Earth, Dende. You You think he'd fit well in the other Namek Saga-centric RPGs given his healer role, but guess not. And then in Dragon Ball for the Wonder Swan, as well as Dokkan Battle, we have Shen, the hapless human host Kami body control, to face off against Piccolo in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Speaking of which, talk about a Dragon Ball ability that doesn't get brought up much. He can do that? I mean, is this a technique he can use because he's the Namekian or because he's a god? Would it work on any fighter? Or is it just like a weak-willed power level type situation? If so, if it's a Namekian / Kami thing, can Piccolo do it? Can Dende do it? Silly stuff to think about. Then up next, a good handful of characters only appearing in Dokkan Battle as well as Advanced Adventure. We have Shu, Pilaf's canine companion, making a couple of appearances on his own. His joined mech stuff we'll get to soon enough. As well as Girin, a giant, kind of evil, winged dinosaur man, and most well known as the creator of the Go-Go Gum technique. Followed by Staff Officer Black, the second highest ranking member of the Red Ribbon Army, and another unfortunate Toriyama Black character design. Though they did end up giving him a nice redesign in the Path to Power movie. Then in Dokkan, as well as Budokai Tenkaichi 3, surprisingly, we have Great Ape Fasha, with Fasha being the most popular member of Bardock's Saiyan team other than Bardock himself. You'd think this form would get a little more love, but I guess not. Then in Dokkan, as well as the Wii game Revenge of King Piccolo, we have the 800-year-old former Emperor of the World, Bandages the Mummy, another one of the undead fighters in Fortune Teller Baba's tournament. And in Dragon Ball Fusions and Dokkan Battle, we get the fusions popular enough to branch out into the gacha titles. Saluza, Yamhan, Karoli, Kuliza, Pandel, Bullpan, Janembu, Whirus, Barlot, and Xiaoman. And then we get to the two protagonists of Dragon Ball Fusions, Tekka and Pinich, two Saiyan children living in the far, and I mean far future of Dragon Ball, who would somehow get their hands on all 7 Dragon Balls, and use the dragon's awesome power to wish for the greatest martial arts tournament of all time, which of course transported all of history's greatest warriors from out of time into an all-out battle royale. Weirdly similar plot to Dragon Ball Legends, huh? Also, the future must have some one crazy souped-up version of Shenron, because how is a wish like that even reasonably within his power? Dang. And then in Dokkan and Xenoverse 2, we have the Universe 6 Saiyan warrior Kale in her Super Saiyan 2 form, a controlled version of her initially Berserker Super Saiyan form. And in the 2 mobile games, Dokkan and Legends, we have a handful of randos, like Final Form 100% Frost, the form goaded on by Frieza that Frost took before he was erased forever, and full-powered Goku, one of BoJack's sword-wielding space pirate crew members, though here ditching the blades for beef in this super muscular form. We also have the unfortunately named Urine, a fellow former student of the Crane School and practitioner of black magic, along with the cyborg general and pilot of the Pride Troopers, Casserole, the Universe 2 seductress, Kyawe, and Pan's kinda helpful, mostly annoying machine mutant buddy, Giru, mostly playable via team-ups with Pan. Then, exclusively in Dokkan, as well as World Mission, is the first form of the Phantom Majin Hirudegarn, before he turns himself into a cocoon and evolves into the big bug we all know. Then in Dokkan and Sparking Zero, we get more Universe 6 Saiyans, starting with Super Saiyan 2 Kaba, the form he reached while fighting in the Tournament of Power, as well as Universe 6's last resort, the Potara fusion between Caulifla and Kale, Kefla. And then in Legends and Super Divers, we have our final Demon World Dragon Ball Guardian, Tamagami number 3, as well as the powerful yet greedy Saibaman and Majin Blend, Majin Do. Then in Sparking Zero and Super Divers, we have more mini forms with mini Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, as well as the princess of the third demon world and ace mechanic, Pansy. But before we can get to the end of the two timers, we have our first brick wall of Heroes exclusive playable characters, with these guys only in Heroes as well as its sequel, Super Divers. Starting with the guys from original Dragon Ball, we have two of their original movie villains, with Lucifer, the vampiric villain of Devil's Castle, and the original Demon King before Dabura, though not canon obviously, and King Garumes, the beloved sovereign turned demon of greed in Curse of the Blood Rubies. As for Z characters, we then get to the old Kai, the eldest of the Supreme Kais, and sadly, kinda just another pervy old master character to throw into the pile, but still kinda funny. And the only other Z character we have here is Mini Janemba. You remember that part in the Fat Janemba fight where he splits up into little guys? Yep. That's a character. In GT's continuity, however, we actually have three characters. The Machine Mutant and False God of Destruction Lud, created by the evil Dr. Mew to fuel his ultimate creation, Baby, as well as his full power form, which he acquires after absorbing enough energy from his victims. And finally, Legic, the dual-wielding swordsman and personal bodyguard of the space tyrant Don Key. And for the last of our actual in-series characters, over in Super's continuity, we have a really strange one. It's a real-life famous Japanese singer and creator of Dragon Ball Super's second opening, Kiyoshi Hikawa. If you remember, this character was shown exactly once, introducing the fight between Goku and Kefla in Super's 115th episode, which apparently was a cameo good enough to make him a whole-ass character. So that's weird and fun. And into the Super movies, we have the superhero-obsessed super genius grandson of Dr. Gero and the creator of the Gammas, Dr. Hedo. And a technically possible form we never actually get to see, with Super Saiyan God Gogeta. And okay, that was all fun and short and sweet and simple, but this is where things get a little more complicated, as we get to our first handful of Heroes' original characters. Yeah, if you know anything about how ridiculous the world of Dragon Ball Heroes can get, then you know we have a lot of explaining to do. Let's start with one that I brought up before, the Zeno characters. What is a Zeno character? Well, Zeno is just the name for yet another separate Dragon Ball continuity, and the one used for the variants residing in the in-game world of Dragon Ball Heroes. Basically, it's a universe where all of original Dragon Ball and Z happened, some sort of version of the events of the movies played out, and all of GT happened. But the key difference being, I guess sometime after Goku died or went to become a god or whatever the hell happens at the end of GT, I guess at some point he just got bored, went right back to the world of the living and said, guys, we need to become time cops. Because in this universe, Goku, Vegeta, as well as the rest of their extended Saiyan families all joined in to the Heroes version of Kronoa's Time Patrollers to protect their timeline and others from any and all threats. What's really strange, however, is that none of the rest of the Dragon Ball characters are in the Time Patrollers either. Like, it's only the Saiyans. Like, there's no Zeno Krillin or Zeno Yamcha, not even a Zeno Piccolo. Did Goku, Vegeta, and their sons just abandon the Earth and their families to just have fun time travel adventures? What's their original timeline like? What happened? Anyway, as for the actual characters, in the two timers, we're stuck with a bunch of Zeno forms. Ridiculous transformations only dreamed of being acquired within the actual show, such as Super Saiyan 3 Zeno Gohan, Super Saiyan 4 Zeno Gohan, Super Saiyan 2 Zeno Gotenks, Super Saiyan Zeno Vegito, Ultimate Zeno Gohan, and Ultimate Zeno Goten. Yeah, these guys get a lot of forms, and I wish I could say they get them in like any sort of interesting way, but either the characters just already have the transformation and just decide to use them, or it's literally just a quick off-screen, hey, turn me into Super Saiyan 4 with the Blood Sweep machine, or hey, unlock my potential and make me ultimate. It's not very interesting. A form that is slightly interesting, however, is Zeno Gogeta in his super full power Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker form, a form above Super Saiyan 4 achieved by a Saiyan being donated enough power, and apparently a form even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue. That's pretty wild. But we talked about the Zeno heroes, but what about the Zeno villains? The Zeno villains are villains from Dragon Ball's history taken over by the Dark Dragon Balls. Created by Zeno Dende, who was just a version of Dende, stolen from time and mind controlled to create the Dragon Balls for the Dark Empire, which we will get to later. But before any of their members could actually make a wish, the Dark Dragon Balls suddenly just flew away, shooting themselves through time to embed themselves the evilest characters in Dragon Ball's history, granting them absurd power. With the only ones only being playable in just these two games being Zeno Golden Frieza and Zeno Golden Meta Cooler, along with his regular Golden Meta Cooler form, apparently also getting his hands on the power his little brother acquired, though it seems like he's unable to tap into it as long as Frieza can, as its sheer power causes his metallic body to overheat. But going back to those Dark Dragon Balls, of course being so filled to the brim with evil energy, even using them to grant a single wish is enough to unleash our next group of characters, the Zeno Black Dragons, featuring darker and more powerful versions of the whole original lineup, with Zeno Natron Shenron, Omega Shenron, Oceanus Shenron, Ice Shenron, Rage Shenron, Sin Shenron, Nuova Shenron, Haze Shenron, and even giving us a crazed mutated version of their leader, Transcended Omega Shenron. By the way, for some of these characters, I'm gonna have to use card art instead of PNGs. For some reason, no clean images of the more obscure guys exist like anywhere on the internet, so this is just what we're gonna have to deal with. Though we do get one more slightly unrelated form of the Black Dragons, Majin Omega Shenron, presumably from a timeline where he gets taken over by the evil wizard Babidi. Okay, but let's talk about a form that's just straight up really, really stupid. You know, as if half the ones here haven't already been that. This is, and I kid you not, the Evil Saiyan form, also known as the legendary Super Evil Saiyan, a different form of Super Saiyan that can only be taken on by Evil Saiyans, such as Turles, as seen in his Evil Saiyan Turles form, but is mostly used by the Ancient Saiyan Cumber, who can achieve other transformations while in this form. Super Saiyan 3 Evil Saiyan Cumber, and his very own special form, Super Saiyan 3 Full Power Cumber, which is just Super Saiyan 3, but it makes him a little more jacked. But not only does the Evil Saiyan form just have a silly name, it also generates an evil aura that can infect other Saiyans, causing them to go berserk, which can result in characters like our other two-timers, Super Saiyan Blue Berserk Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Berserk Vegeta. But it can also find its way into other beings through other means, like the Supreme Kai of Time in her brainwashed Berserk form. Back to something a little more familiar though, at least in Dragon Ball Heroes terms. We've got some more masked marauders with the Masked Android. It's literally just Super 17 wearing the mask just to help increase his power while working under the villain Fu, as well as the Crimson Masked Saiyan, an alternate version of Goku Black with a pretty crazy alternate backstory. Apparently, before granting his wish, this version of Goku Black was warned of his future failure by the time-traveling villain Fu. So instead of finding and teaming up with future Zamasu, he instead opted to go out and take a little more time to train, jumping between alternate realities and slaughtering Gokus to hone his strength, even managing to take out a Goku who used Ultra Instinct Sign. And after mastering his stolen body, he was even able to reach forms past Super Saiyan Rose, with the only other one in the two timers being Super Saiyan Rose 2. As for more weird character forms, I bet of all characters to get some, you didn't expect it to be Dr. Wheelo. Yeah, he has 2 here in the 2-timers. Starting with this form, simply known as Dr. W. A much more human form Wheelo is found in while he resides in hell. But while he appears to be just a normal human, really it's a trick, because under a thin layer of a skin suit is a more compact form of the brain-in-a-jar doctor we all know, just going by the name Wheelo. And onto another form that I wish had literally anything interesting to talk about. It's Super Grudge Amplification Hatchiyak. We don't even get an explanation as to why he's like this. He just shows up and he's got a completely new crazy form. Isn't that fun? And if you thought we were done there, too bad. More wacky alterations on characters you love. Introducing the Warriors in Black. Led by the former Supreme Kai of Time Aeos, they're a ragtag group of tragic warriors from Dragon Ball's history, plucked out of time to help her reach her goals. We have the Future Warrior in Black, an alternate universe version of Future Gohan, whose Bulma and Trunks were slaughtered by the androids, coming in not just his base form, but in Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. The Namekian in Black, an alternate universe version of Piccolo, who actually we kind of don't know what his deal is at all. The one alternate version of Piccolo, we get nothing. Great. And its final member, the Warrior in Black. The new name taken on by the Saiyan out of time, Zeno Bardock. Coming in with his own transformations with Super Saiyan and the new-ish forms of Super Saiyan 3, Dark Dragon Ball Enhancement, and Super Saiyan 4, Dark Dragon Ball Enhancement. A power one gets after getting their potential unleashed by the Dark Shenron from the Dark Dragon Balls. Okay, but enough remixes on old characters, let's get into some brand new ones. Starting with the artificial twins, Orin and Common, 2 Neo Machine mutants created by the Tuffles in Universe 6. But after being deemed too powerful, they were set to be destroyed, causing them to fight back and vow to eradicate all mortals. But of course, that's not all. Being Neo Machine mutants, similar to Baby, they have the ability to take over mortal hosts, and in the past have become Orin Caulifla, Common Kale, and even getting their hands on Vegeta's body with Super Orin. But again, that's not all, as the twins can even absorb each other to fuse and become an even more powerful form with Kamio-Ren. And again, that's not all, because after absorbing enough power from a power source, say like a seed that can grow an entire universe, they become their final form, Ultimate Kamio-Ren. And going from biomechanical parasites and tackling the pantheon of the Hero series' monstrous demon gods, starting with their dark forms. Forms that are achieved when a demon god channels a large enough amount of divine power, causing them to turn truly bestial, like with Demon God Salsa dark form and Demon God Shroom dark form. But following that, we also get the Dark King form, the form one gets after becoming king of the demon realm, like with Dark King Demikra, who even has the ability to push his power even higher with his full power form. And on the topic of demon gods, we also have the Demon Goddess Robelu and her Dark Factor absorbed form, a form acquired after powering up using the soul energy of a vanquished demon king. And the only regular demon of the Dark Empire here is Shroom, the demon god of death, and Mekiabura's Grim Reaper, who also has the power to absorb souls with his unique Potara earrings, which he wound up using on his demon pal Salsa to become the demon god fusion Shrusa. Back to a more singular character, however, we have yet another absorber, Finn, the Majin android created by the demon Toa, with him differing from the other absorbing androids and Majins of his kind, with the perk being that once he's absorbed someone, he only needs but a DNA sample to take on their forms and powers again. His most prominent absorption, however, is that of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, where he becomes Dark Gogeta. But in another story, it's revealed that he also has the ability to mix and match these fusions, forms, culminating in Ultimate Evolution Finn, a fusion comprised of all the Shadow Dragons. But in a fun twist, there's even a form where he's the Absorbee rather than the Absorber, like in the case of the Finn-absorbed Super Mira. Still not done with the Heroes exclusive 2-timers, we now get to Hearts, the God Hater, a man who seeks to liberate all mortals from the tyranny of the gods, with his main goal being to kill the Grand Zeno and to make sure no realities get erased on a whim ever again. He also comes with a couple of forms, with the only one in the 2-timers being Evolve Super Hearts. But then we end off on a different kind of Heroes character, a character who actually existed before the Heroes series, Majin Ozoto, originally appearing as the unplayable final boss of the arcade game Dragon Ball VR Versus. Not much is known about him, except for his ability to mimic fighters and being a character designed by Akira Toriyama. But not only does Heroes bring this rather obscure villain back, but it even expands upon his lore, making him out to be a power-hungry trickster demon who only wishes to devour the strongest fighters he can find for his own personal gain. And in Heroes, he even gets access to a true giant form, something that was actually planned for VR Versus but was cut from the game for whatever reason. And as for characters who don't really fit anywhere, we have the superpowered form of the former Kai of Time, Eios, and a younger version of Fu, reverted to a child after absorbing the Dogi Dogi, the failed clone of the giant bird who makes time. And no, I'm not even kidding. And to finally finish off the 2-timers, it's not even a Dragon Ball character, as it's the protagonist of one of Toriyama's other works, Beelzebub from Sandland. Let's move right on to the 3-timers with yet another Goku, base form adult GT Goku. Like I said before with his Super Saiyan form, while this may be a costume in other games, he's a playable character only in these. We also have Drum, the fourth of Demon King Piccolo's sons, and the one who was literally only birthed with the sole purpose of kicking the shit out of Ten Shinhan. Also not a playable appearance, but shoutouts to him being one of King Piccolo's supers in Tenkaichi 3. Love it when they do stuff like that. And then after Drum, we have Nam, one of the main competitors of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, fighting for the noble cause of using the prize money to save his village from a horrible drought. And honestly, I'm really disappointed to see him so low, with him being such an old character and making a kinda random appearance in one of the most beloved games in the whole franchise. I really thought he was gonna be some kind of sleeper hit, though I guess he did manage to beat out most of the other Tenkaichi Budokai randos that got stuck in the 1-timers, so still not that bad in the grand scheme of things, I guess. Following that, we have Obacha Man, Arare's robotic male replica, only playable in 2 of the earlier Data card-ass games, as well as Dokkan. After that, we get to the characters only playable in both Xenoverses and Legends, and characters I like to call the multicolored goons. Starting with the multicolored Cybermen, we have the blue Cyberman, Kaware Man, the gray Cyberman, Jinku Man, the pink Cyberman, Tenon Man, the black Cyberman, Copy Man, and the yellow Cyberman, Kyukon Man. There isn't actually a consistent lore explanation for why these guys are multicolored in like any of these games, but if you've played a Dragon Ball Z game before, you've probably bumped into these guys a hell of a lot. A little more elusive, however, but still pretty prominent, are the multicolored Frieza Force members, with the human-esque members of Gupri, Monri, Navel, and Raspberry, and the fellow members of Apul's race, Roberry, Nabana, Orlin, and Ramon. Then back to more multi-universe members, with the Universe 2 ladies, the Ki Blast Master Rosie, and the feral cat lady Kakunza. And after that, we've got another one of the Daima minis, with base form Mini Vegeta, in Sparking Zero, Dokkan, and Super Divers. I hope to see more of the minis make it into Sparking Zero, like Mini Piccolo and Mini Kai. They're cool. But another Daima character we have up next is the new canon Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Or at least the producer says it's canon. I don't know, that situation's a whole mess if you really look into it. Really looking forward to seeing him playable in Fighter Z. Hopefully this video comes out before that. And then one last Daima character before we get to another big wall. We have the less powerful but much more cunning of the Saiba Majin, and the current ruler of the demon world, Majin Ku. And in Heroes, Legends, and Super Divers, we get the super forms of Dragon Ball Legends' original protagonist, Shallot, getting just about every canon Saiyan form you can think of. Alright, and then right back to the Heroes guys, this time with the characters introduced around the time of World Mission. Starting with the Barbarians. Yeah, you remember those dinosaur caveman people from Universe 10 that were such big, stupid assholes they made Zamasu want to kill every single mortal in the multiverse? Yeah, you can play as those. Heading over to the Universal Survival arc, we actually have a ton to sift through. Starting with the actual fighters, we get the super suit wearing Envoy of Justice from Universe 3, Kato Pesra, Ganos, the young chicken-legged fighter of Universe 4, and Abni, the honorable Universe 10 freak with the ability to make clones of himself using his ki. And then in a fun twist, we go from the guys participating in the tournament to the tournament organizers themselves. Starting with the Grand Minister, attendant of the Zenos, and the father of the 12 Angels, as well as one of the top 5 strongest fighters in the multiverse. We still don't know how the Angels were born from him, but I'm gonna call it now, male pregnancy. Followed by the Omni King himself, the most powerful being of all time and the ruler of everything, Grand Zeno. Seems a little overpowered to let you play as the guy who can destroy an entire universe with the flick of a wrist, but well, fucking whatever. We also get many of the deities forced to put their lives on the line in this multiversal fight to the death, the gods of destruction. Mortals made into divine beings who are trained to harness immense destructive power, chosen to help keep their universes in check by eliminating anything and everything that could negatively affect their development. We have Hel's god of destruction of Universe 2, the universe of love, Moscow, god of destruction of Universe 3, the universe of robotics, Quitella, god of destruction of Universe 4, the universe of underhanded combatants, Sidra, god of destruction of Universe 9, animal people, and Rumshi, god of destruction of Universe 10, the universe of muscular martial artists. And even then, we still have more God of Destructions to go over, though these ones were not actually a part of the tournament, as their universes were deemed too important to just be erased all willy-nilly. We have Ewan, the God of Destruction of Universe 1, Liquor, God of Destruction of Universe 8, Jin, God of Destruction of Universe 12, and Arak, God of Destruction of Universe 5. You know, these universes are said to hold a high mortal count and be so advanced that even the Zenos won't erase them on a whim. I wonder if that's literally ever gonna be followed up on. I mean, theoretically, more advanced means they're stronger than the other universes are, I guess. It'd be cool just to see whatever the hell's going on over there. Then, going from the Tournament of Power to the characters from the Super Broly movie. Starting with the now canon version of Paragus, defector of the Saiyan army and the father of Broly, as well as the unwitting Saiyan pilot Beats, the guy Paragus basically forces to fly to the planet Vampa by gunpoint just to kill him and steal his pants. And then already we're back at the Heroes Madness. Starting, of course, with more Zeno versions of characters. We have Zeno Super Saiyan Gogeta, Base Vegito, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Super Saiyan 2 Trunks, Super Saiyan 3 Vegito, Super Saiyan 4 Bardock, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. And then we get to even more of the Zeno villains. While the Golden Boys from before were forcibly enhanced by Fu during a battle with Goku, these guys are the ones who the Dark Dragon Balls originally chose to merge with Zeno Frieza, Kid Buu, Perfect Cell, Turles, Lord Slug, and Janemba. But not only do we get their Zeno forms, but with the power of the Dark Dragon Balls comes their very own special transformations and mutations, starting with Evil Demon Janemba. Kabura. The Dark Dragon Balls helping him to unlock a third form, with him overall becoming bulkier and his sword getting an even crazier design. We also get Rampaging Turles. Apparently Dark Dragon power doesn't sit too well when combined with the fruit of the Tree of Might. It's so gnarly seeing the cracks on his stomach start to blister and fester as he powers up. And if you think that's crazy, just wait till we get to Cell X. After being resurrected by the demon goddess Poutine, he just transforms into an absolute freak. I actually remember this form being the first ever Heroes related thing I had ever seen, and dude, as a kid, this shit absolutely blew me away. Though also, this design happens to be repurposed from Dragon Ball Online, and there it has a completely different backstory, but that's not too important. And while Kid Buu doesn't get a transformation from the balls themselves, they do seem to give him the ability to absorb super powerful fighters much more effectively, and even helps him tap into more of their crazy abilities, such as when he absorbed Xenodabura and became Dark Demon God Buu, and even getting to absorb Xeno Janemba as well. Also, apparently Lord Slug also gets his own weird form, but weirdly that's not playable even in Heroes, so that's a bummer. Though while the previous characters were left to serve as rampaging beasts, there was one Dark Dragon Ball recipient who Mira and the Dark Empire tried to keep under control. But after trying to give him a mind-controlling Dark Empire mask, the power boost from that, combined with the Dark Dragon Ball's power, only served to force him into a new evolution, creating Dark Broly. Though it wasn't just Mira who was trying to reel this beast in, because who better to get a dog back on his leash than the man who used to hold it in the first place, the kidnapped and mind-controlled Xenoparagus. And to finish off the Xeno villains for now, we have quite possibly the worst design in all of Heroes. A proud Saiyan king who allowed himself to be controlled by the Empire to gain power over Frieza and even Beerus. It's Xeno King Vegeta. God, look at him. The dark glowing eyes, the red streak in his hair. He literally looks like a 2000s Dragon Ball OC. It looks like some shit the Room for One More guy would make. Room for One More guy, what do you think of this? Oh my god. Let's talk a little bit more about the other strange forms exclusive to these games, like Super Saiyan 3 Raditz and Super Saiyan 3 Nappa, which I wish had an interesting backstory to them, but like I said with these Heroes games, they didn't really unlock them in any sort of interesting way, they just sort of have them. Though we also get Super Saiyan Berserk Goku, which was created the first time he ever fought the evil Saiyan Cumber and was infected by his evil aura. And then we get to one of the big bads of Heroes and the leader of the Dark Empire, Meki Kabura. Once a runner-up for the position of Supreme Kai of Time, after failing his entrance exam by cheating and using dark magic, for his punishment he was sealed away in a crack in time for all eternity. Talk about a strict price to pay for academic integrity. Probably should have read up on that one in the syllabus. But not before building up an empire of fellow evil demons behind the scenes, who would then later go on to set him free from his imprisonment to help him achieve his goal of plunging all of time into darkness. You know, I was tempted to mention this before with the Warriors in Black, but this right here is some grade A, genuine Kingdom Hearts bullshit. Nah, it's cool though. But we also get some of Meki Kabura's demonic henchmen as well, specifically the demon god forms of Demon God Gravy and Demon God Shroom, a form a demon can take on by either gathering a massive amount of energy or being granted it by Meki Kabura himself. And for our final character of the guys introduced into World Mission, in a category all his own, it's reincarnated Yamcha. This is a Yamcha based off a one-shot manga where a young young Dragon Ball superfan as in a big fan, not just a fan of Super, gets himself killed by falling down a flight of stairs and finds himself isekai'd into the world of Dragon Ball, but not as a Saiyan or a Namekian or anything cool, but as Yamcha, and you can play as him. Alright, not done yet though, as we still have the Dokkan Heroes mix to deal with here. Starting with Super Saiyan 2 Great Saiyaman. The form Gohan enters while showing off at the World Martial Arts Tournament and facing off against the Demon King Dabura. We also have Candy Vegito, the form Vegito gets morphed into after getting hit by Super Boo's Candy Beam. You know, I really thought that one Dragon Ball fan game was the only one willing to take a character this ridiculous and make them playable. Apparently it was the licensed games that managed to beat them to the punch. Isn't that something? Then from Dragon Ball GT's cast, we have the aptly named Goku Jr. and Vegeta Jr., the great grandsons of our heroes, Goku and Vegeta. You know, real convenient that their parents decide to name them after their great-grandfathers rather than like anything else. I mean, maybe the name Goku Jr. was probably suggested by great Gam Pan, but Vegeta Jr.? Imagine living in a world where the series ends off on an all-out battle between the sons Goku Jr. and Pubert. After that, we get another non-canon form with Super Saiyan 3 GT Gotenks, as well as the Bandits of Boogie, the Warriors of Waltz, the musically inclined villains of the Para brothers, Bon Para, Don Para, and Sun Para. The trio of brothers working under the Lud cult, with the ability to hypnotize people with the power of dance. Once again, on to Super with some kid versions from the Broly movie. We have Kid Broly as well as a kid version of Raditz. We also have the fiercest warrior of Universe 7, Monaka, who's definitely in his second form and isn't just Lord Beerus fighting for him in a cheap costume. Definitely. Along with Brienne de Chateau, the pop star alter ego of Ribrianne. Alright, back to more kinda cool but ultimately kind of underwhelming Zeno transformations. We have Super Saiyan 3 Zeno Gohanks, Super Saiyan God Trunks, and the full power Super Saiyan 4s of Broly, Zeno Goku, Zeno Vegeta, and Zeno Vegito, with their only base Zeno character here being Pan, who actually doesn't get herself a super transformation anywhere, even in the Heroes games. Damn. Even in a continuity that hands out super forms like complimentary mints, and Pan still doesn't even get to go Super Saiyan. Sucks to suck, I guess. Then we have Eos, the former Supreme Kai of Time before Cronoa, who apparently is dissatisfied with the way her protege handles things, finding her allowance of branching timelines such as future Trunks's to be sloppy. So taking a bit of inspiration from the guys from Legends and Fusions, she decides to organize a tournament of time to determine which timeline she'll spare, and even goes as far as to try to usurp Cronoa, ironically using an entire squad of bad timeline fighters with the Warriors in Black, with the most popular of these playable warriors being the Warrior in Black in his Super Saiyan form with a Dark Dragon Ball boost, and the female Warrior in Black, who, unlike her other fellow warriors, isn't actually based on any pre-existing character. In reality, she's a woman of the Glass People, a race with the ability of glass manipulation, whatever the hell that means, and a race that was all but wiped out many years ago by the evil space pirate Lord Chilled. But she's not the only survivor, as she's also joined by her cool-tempered sister, Lags. Get it? Cool-tempered? It's a glass joke. But after that, we finally get to the stank aura warrior himself, the ancient Saiyan Cumber. Not much is actually known about his backstory, really. Somehow Fu knew about him and summoned him with the Dragon Balls to the present day just to screw with our Zeno heroes. And for some reason, he just really hates the Super Saiyan God form. And he not only comes in his base form, but as a Super Saiyan and a Super Saiyan Great Ape. More weird forms? More weird forms. Related to Cumber is yet another Berserker form, but but this time a little more under control, as apparently Vegeta can actually maintain this form without completely losing himself through his sheer power, as well as rejecting the notions of good and evil, basically by harnessing the power of being a fence-sitting asshole. We also get a non-berserk form of the brainwashed Supreme Kai of Time, who was placed under trance after a rough run-in with Mekiabura. And following that, we get some more Heroes exclusive, oh, he can do that forms, like with Golden Final Form Cooler. It's a shame Heroes never attempted a final cooler form version of Frieza. That would have been pretty neat to see. And we also get the most popular and most powerful forms of the Crimson Masked Saiyan, with him in Super Saiyan Rose 3 and Super Saiyan Rose Full Power, which is just Super Saiyan Rose 3, but he's a little more buff. Though to end off on a actually pretty cool one, we have Modified Janemba, created after Dr. Wheelo managed to get his hands on the soul cleaning machine, which originally created the demon in the first place, and souped it up to create an even more powerful incarnation of the Reality Warper. Now, that's just like a fun blend of characters right there. I dig that. That's a fun backstory. But now let's get back to talking about the villain Hearts and his forms. We have Super Hearts, a pretty generic super form, but apparently a form that's as strong as Super Saiyan Blue Goku. And we have Ultimate Hearts, a form he acquires after absorbing the universal power of the Universe Seed. A pretty cool design, TBH. But now that we've talked about Hearts' super forms, let's talk about Fu's. Being a hybrid of Saiyan and Demon biology, he of course has his own take on Super Saiyan, and where that Demon biology comes in, he also gets his own Demon God form with Dark King Fu. And after absorbing that imperfect replica of the bird that controls all of time and mastering its power, do we get Dogi Dogi completely absorbed Fu. But now let's talk about the form used by those with access to the energy of time. God. Time energy, dark energy, evil energy, universe energy, God energy. How many energies are there? Well, anyway, after absorbing enough power from time itself, Glins and demons alike can take on the form of time power unleashed, as we see with Dark King Demigra and Dark King Mekikabura. And to finish off the three timers, all we have left is Demigra's humble Demoness secretary, Robelu. Alright, now we get to the four timers. Starting with the most popular member of Fortune Teller Baba's little fight club, it's Devil Man. A devil from hell and presumably one of the most powerful fighters in all of Dragon Ball. With his special ability, the Devil Might Beam, he can take opponents' negative thoughts and evil intent and weaponize them into a devastating blast, which basically means he can effectively one-shot just about anyone if they're a bad enough dude. Though somehow, as you can see, despite him being a memorable character who even made it into the 3D fighters, he's nowhere to be found in any of the Heroes games, instead being replaced by weird alternate versions of himself that we'll see a little bit later. Also, we have the Pilaf machine. Though all Pilaf machines are called Pilaf machines, the Pilaf machine here we're talking about is the one that Emperor Pilaf personally uses. Playable in Advanced Adventure, the Wii version of Budokai Tenkaichi 2, Tenkaichi 3, and Dokkan Battle. Then from Budokais 2, 3, and Dokkan, we get some hypothetical Great Apes. Great Ape Nappa and Great Ape Turles. Two forms not actually achieved by their users, but I mean, I guess they could've if they ever bumped into a full moon. Also in Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is the child version of Chi-Chi, the princess daughter of the Ox King, who in this version wears a cool-ass helmet that has a blade so sharp it can cut dinosaurs in half, and can shoot explosive shots so powerful that they can evaporate said dinosaurs in a single blast. Why did she ever stop wearing this? Like shit, even if I'm retired from fighting to be a mom, you know I'd keep this thing on me. It's just handy. Then in two of the heroes, Dragon Ball The Breakers and Ultimate Butoden, do we have the comedy lover and martial arts teacher, King Kai. Despite his name, he's only really the king of the north sector of the universe, where our heroes reside. And despite being a martial arts teacher and teaching Goku one of his most powerful techniques, he actually isn't all that much of a fighter, hence his limited appearances. Then we have Dragon Ball Super Broly in his base form, a savage yet at the same time a sometimes quiet and gentle Saiyan, who was sent away to die on a distant derelict planet after daring to surpass the power of King Vegeta and his son. Rare to see Broly be able to fight anyone without completely losing his goddamn mind and ending up in his wrathful mode. And in the same exact appearances, we have Cell-absorbed Android 21, the form she achieves after absorbing Cell by means of ice creamification. Also in the two exact games, first off, we have Toa-absorbed Mira, a form achieved after the android betrayed his master to become even more powerful, appearing in two of the heroes, Legends and Dokkan, along with Belmod, the god of destruction of Universe 11 and former member of the Pride Troopers, getting in one game over his peers by being a playable fighter in Xenoverse 2. Then we have Piccolo's new towering form, Great Namekian Orange Piccolo, the result of him combining his newfound Orange Piccolo form with the Demon Clan Namekian ability to massively increase his size. Basically, old form meets new form. Then we have Magenta, son of former Red Ribbon Army leader Commander Red and current CEO of Red Ribbon Pharmaceuticals, operating behind the scenes to bring the army back to its former glory, using, what else? Androids. By the way, I love that the English voice for this guy is just Charles Martinet kinda just doing his Wario voice. Great stuff. Then we get to the Dragon Ball Legends original protagonist, Shallot, a Saiyan who lived on the original Saiyan homeworld of Sadala long ago, who, unlike most Saiyans, is actually pretty kind-hearted and believes in protecting others, probably due in part to him being the direct descendant of the original Super Saiyan god. Because of this, him and his brother Giblet made it their mission to wage war on the other Saiyans who did nothing but evil deeds. But on one fateful day, he and his brother would magically be whisked away, both robbed of their memories and placed in an all-out tournament merging every single fighter from throughout history, and unknown to either brother would be key puppets in a sinister plan to destroy the very gods themselves. And yeah, somehow despite being the protag of a spin-off gacha game, he's pretty popular, even getting into Sparking Zero, which I think is pretty great. I hope that game pulls more from other weird Dragon Ball stuff. I hope that game does, well, anything, really. Then after that, also in Sparking Zero, we have old Pinecone Hair himself, Super Saiyan 3 Mini Vegeta. Glad to see this form is canon now. Is Daima canon? I guess it'll be a little hard to explain why he never used Super Saiyan 3 in Super, but hey, Goku barely used Super Saiyan 3 there either, so I guess it's just whatever. Maybe bro really was just so insecure that it took him so long to get it, he just decided to never use it again. That's like a Vegeta thing to do, I'd buy that. Then we have the Universe 6 Saiyan, Caulifla, a hot-headed tomboy and notorious gang leader from that universe's version of the original Saiyan homeworld Sadala. Though she's nice enough to the people she cares about. And unlike the other Saiyans around her in Universe 6, she seems to have that Universe 7 lust for combat and power, with her base form here even managing to crop up in the upcoming, as I'm writing this, Gekishin Squadra. And then in Legends, Dokkan, Sparking Zero, and Super Divers is Glory Hole, I mean Glorio, the enigmatic gunman who led Goku and friends into the demon realm under the guise of just helping them out, but really was just a pawn in the schemes of Dr. Arensu to stage a demon world coup. Cool guy, hope he shows up in more things. And in the exact same games as Glorio, we have the powered up mini Super Saiyan Mini Goku. And let's get right back to our heroes' characters, starting with the ones in 3 of the heroes as well as Dokkan Battle. Ribrianne's giant form, Lovely Love Ribrianne, the ultimate form she reaches after receiving all of the love from Universe 2. You know, if this is just the love she gets from a handful of her teammates, I wonder how powerful Brienne could possibly get if she had, say, a whole stadium of people giving her love. Is there like a limit here? Or would she just become the most powerful being in the universe if everyone just loved her? And we also get back to the absorbing AI Alms in his third form. This time not only with the powers of Frieza and Cell, but also coupling the powers of the time-skipping assassin Hit, as well as Goku Black. Demon God forms again, but this time for the close lackeys of Demigra, with Demon Goddess Toa, Demon God Zeno Dabura, Demon Goddess Poutine, and Demon God Salsa. And speaking of Demigra, he also gets his own advanced Demon God forms, because of course he does, with Demon God Demigra Final Form, a form he can utilize while calling upon all his latent divine power, turning him truly monstrous. But even after his defeat in this form, he isn't quite done yet. Still clinging on, he manages to reach a form between demonhood and godlyhood to become something in between, known as Demon God Demigra Transcended. And let's take a break from that with a quick Zeno Heroes speed round. We've got Super Saiyan 4 Zeno Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Bardock, Base Zeno Gotenks, Super Saiyan Zeno Vegeta, Super Saiyan 4 Zeno Vegito, Super Saiyan 3 Zeno Goku, and Vegex, the Potara fusion between Trunks and Vegeta, also coming in the form of Super Saiyan. Then we get to an interesting villain, Celis, the first ever member of Cronoa's Time Patrollers. But being a former galactic patrolman, he found it hard to cope with just how cruel the job could be, having to just sit back and watch countless atrocities occur just to keep the timeline intact. And after one particularly rough mission where he had to ensure the death of a child at the hands of Kid Buu, he finally snapped, defecting from the Time Patrollers and making it his mission to create a new, perfect timeline rid of evil and death, even if he has to destroy the present timeline to get it. Honestly, out of all the Heroes characters I've learned about, Celis might be my favorite. Cool design, cool character, and even gets a cool powered up form, combining with the AI Alms to become fused Celis. Bro's looking like a Final Fantasy boss. It's pretty dope. As for miscellaneous characters, we have Great Saiyaman 3, a disguised Zeno Trunks dons when going after anomalies in timelines where he's afraid he might just be recognized. We also have the Power of Time Unleashed Supreme Kai, the form Cronoa uses when tapping into her own vast sea of time energy. We have the Evil Saiyan, the name referred to the form Cumber is in when he's first introduced, being stuck in a special straitjacket that dampens his power. He still gets to fight with these little cool floaty energy hands though, so that's neat. And we also have the Dark Masked King, the Dark Empire controlled masked form of Zeno King Vegeta. And then for the characters who are only in 4 of the Heroes games, starting with a classic, Great Namekian Demon King Piccolo. Though here he only uses the power to very slightly increase his size, and doesn't quite reach the terrifying heights his reincarnation does, but still plenty intimidating. Though over into the Z characters, we start with some from the world's strongest movie, with Dr. Wheelo's creepy assistant, Dr. Caution, as well as Wheelo's fearsome Bio Warriors, the surprisingly similar looking to Cybermen, but not actually related, Bioman, as well as his 3 brutal warriors, each with their own elemental gimmick. We have Ebifuria with the powers of ice, Kishime with the powers of electricity, and Misukatsun with the power of being big and greedy. We also get some Z Giants with the giant version of Super Buu, and everyone's favorite movie villain, Bio Broly. And then we get to what I consider the most inconsequential nobody playable characters in any Dragon Ball game, Angle and Moa, the slave drivers Paragus employed to help run his space pirate empire. And unless I'm wrong, I think we can all agree, even by Dragon Ball Z movie villain goon standards, these guys are literal nobodies, the bottom of the barrel. Hell, I've seen that original Broly movie like 3 times, and I forgot that movie even had goons. Also, I'm sorry, I've been trying to dance around this subject this entire time, time, but that man's face is the letter H. Does he know? Though speaking of kind of nothing characters, we have the Frieza Force brothers, Abo and Kado, two loyal warriors of Frieza, who even long after his death, kept fighting and terrorizing planets on his behalf. Basically like the World War II Japanese soldier meme, but for the Frieza Force. And along with them, we also get a playable version of the two's biological fusion, Akka. You know, I wonder if they ever tried rejoining the Force after Frieza's resurrection. Then we get to the last of our Lud cult members, with Cardinal Muchi Muchi, the sinister religion's false leader, as well as the one actually pulling the strings, the machine mutant Muchi, who has the special ability to transform himself into a whip for some reason. As well as the souped up versions of the Dark Dragons with Super Nachiron Shenron, the form he achieves after absorbing the Saiyan Pan, and Super Rage Shenron, a big ol' fat form he can swap into after recalling all of his electric slime. Then we get the adult versions of the Fusion Gotenks, with adult Gotenks also coming in his Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 forms. It will still always be the biggest shame that these two never fused in GT. Honestly, hot take, I don't think there's been a character more humiliated post-Z than fucking Gotenks. I think bro's only memorable win in recent times was back when he beat fucking Abo and Kado. And then back to the Heroes Original Freaks, starting with the Kings of Destruction. Ooh, scary. So basically, not only did they decide to place a bunch of other characters under Bobity's mind control and Heroes, but for some reason they also updated the name to King of Destruction instead of Majin, which not only do I think is kind of doing a little too much, but it's even retroactively kind of goofy considering the characters who have already been placed under his spell before. Oh, King of Destruction, Spopovich. King of Destruction, Pui Pui. Anyway, I'm just gonna stick to calling these guys Majin, thank you very much. Where we have Majin Turles, Majin Lord Slug, Majin Janemba, Majin Broly, Majin Super Android 13, Majin Garlic Jr., Majin Hachiak, and Majin Bojack. I wish I could tell you why or how Bobity got these guys under his control, but see, the funny thing is, Dragon Ball Heroes only actually started having a story like only halfway into its lifespan, and this is from before that, so we don't know. It just sort of happened, I guess. How lucky. And another big Zeno roundup again, with more forms and alternate versions. We have Zeno Goten, Zeno Super Saiyan 3 Trunks, Super Saiyan 2 Vegito, Super Saiyan 2 Gogeta, Great Ape Bardock, Super Saiyan Bardock, and Gohan. And the only Zeno villain we have here is Deborah, with the only real difference from his original counterpart being that apparently this version had a good relationship with his sister Mira, as he was resurrected by her to serve under the Dark Empire. On an unrelated note, things seem to be going good for Baby in this batch of characters, as we get a couple of unique couplings, such as Super Baby Trunks, Baby Hachiak, and get this, Majin Baby Janemba. What is that, like 3 separate layers of a body being taken over? And it's funny because that's not even how deep this could have gone. As while doing research for this video, I came across concept art for the character Masked Majin Baby Janemba. So let's break this down. It's a guy being taken over by the dark energy from the soul cleansing machine to become Janemba, being taken over by Baby with his body control powers, being taken over by Bobbity with his dark magic, ultimately being taken over by Mira with his Dark Empire mask. Just wow. And another character doing good for forms, though this time to his own detriment, is Devilman. Yeah, remember, like I said before, Devilman doesn't actually appear proper in the Heroes games at all, and is only represented by 2 other forms, Great Devilman and Psy Devilman, 2 powerful devils who work under Demigra in his Dark Empire, and that's it, that's all we know. We don't know their motivations, or their backstory, or even the relation to the original Devilman, nothing. Though in reality, after doing a bit of digging, it starts to make a little sense as to why these guys are so weird, as like a lot of characters characters from the first bit of Dragon Ball Heroes and its lore, these guys are just recycled concepts and characters from Dragon Ball Online. But even going back and checking out that game, we still don't get any clues as to what their deal is, as they're actually from an area in the game that was never finished before the game was shut down, so I guess nobody knows. Though even beside that, it's still really shocking that Heroes never adapted Devilman proper, like come on. Though speaking of more reused Dragon Ball Online characters, let's talk about more of the stranger members of Demigra's Dark Empire that also have not too much lore behind them. Starting with General Bon, a giant anthropomorphic bison and another would-be reformer of the Red Ribbon Army, though he also had the added goal of restoring the long-lost empire of the animal-human hybrids. Like, okay, I get this guy goes way back with Toa and Mira and all those guys, but dude, it is just so funny seeing all these cool, edgy demon guys hanging out with this giant cartoon bison man. Just that classic Dragon Ball silliness. And another part of the Dark Empire are the evil Majin twins Shun Shun and Haru Haru, two members of the Dark Empire's Time Breakers, who are basically just an elite squad who go around messing up time for the Empire's dark purposes. But other than that, we literally know close to nothing about these characters. They're sisters, that's all we know. And then we get to Gravy, the head wizard of the Dark Empire. But despite being so proficient at magic, not only is this guy apparently a massive dumbass, but he isn't even all that fond of using spells, preferring to instead beat down opponents with his raw strength alone. Kinda hardcore. Then some more miscellaneous forms to plow through. Not very interesting, but kind of fun to look at. We have Rampaging Mira, a form Mira takes on when, ooh, he's really mad. Oh, he's angry. And the state he appears in right before he transforms into Super Mira. Then we have some kinda boring but kinda funny looking Great Apes with the Great Ape Masked Saiyan and Golden Great Ape Broly. And a kinda fun what if transformation with Android 18 absorbed Super 17. The result of Hellfighter 17 being forcibly merged with his sister by the dark magic of Toa. And for our last bunch of characters of the Hero section and the four-timers, we've got another only sorta kinda Dragon Ball related Toriyama property to talk about, the characters from the spin-off gag manga Neko Majin Z, a manga that takes place sometime after the end of Z where Goku, not stopping to just train Oob, has decided to bring in a couple more students under his wing, including Z, a little cat fella and the member of a mysterious and powerful race that dates back centuries, the Neko Majin, a race of cat people that only live for two things, fighting and practical jokes. And we also get to play as his other Neko Majin buddies, Neko Majin Mix, Neko Majin Mike, and first form Kuriza, Frieza's very own son. Alright, it's been slow going, but we're making it onto the five-timers. Starting with Oolong, this perverted little Fidel Castro pig has been with the series since the very beginning, but relatively hasn't been playable in much, though still a lot more than I'd expect for a non-combatant, though I guess his shape-shifting abilities do lend him to being interesting as a playable choice. Can't say I feel too bad though. Man, I've watched the first couple episodes of original Dragon Ball, I know what this fucking pig is capable of. Sadly, right after that though, we get to one of my goats. And by goats, I mean weird little characters nobody cares about except for me. Dr. Wheelo, the brilliant bioscientist turned giant brain in a jar robot and the main villain of the world's strongest movie. A scientist who wants to steal the body of the world's strongest fighter to become the ultimate scientist. And while I think he's cool, despite his movie being regarded as one of the better ones, he himself as a character is often forgotten when most people talk about the Z movie fellas, and couple that with his sheer size, and it does make sense why he isn't any higher. And also his brain looks like a big ol' scoop of ice cream, and that's just fun. Up next is Gine, Goku's biological mother in the new Dragon Ball Super Bardock canon. Gotta say, a very interesting pick to have for fusions, that's pretty cool. Then we get to our next big Xenoverse Heroes villain, the artificial son of Toa and Mira, Fu, a biomutant created from the cells of pretty much every single major Dragon Ball fighter in the series, created for the sole purpose of being the one to revive the demon realm to its former glory. He's wicked smart like his mother, but is much more playful and curious than she is, doing his weird timeline warping experiments more so out of genuine curiosity rather than any ulterior motive, and even sometimes just doing it because he thinks it's funny. Though there is a bit of a distinction between the portrayals of him, because while in the Xenoverse games he's much more playful and laid back and genuinely believes his work will in the end benefit the people around him, in the Heroes games he is more than happy to carry out his mother and uncle's selfish desires and is a straight up villain. We have yet another Dragon Ball video game villain, this time in a transformation, Transformed Android 21, a form her evil personality forces her into when her untamable need to feed takes over. Considering this character was created for Dragon Ball FighterZ, it's neat to see her reach outside of her home game, though I wonder if she'll be able to keep up making appearances as future titles arrive, as she's yet to appear playable in Sparking Zero or Gekishin Squadra. We also have a Super Saiyan Blue evolved Vegeta, a form Vegeta achieves after breaking through his own limits and achieving mastery of the Super Saiyan Blue form, making him 20 times more powerful. Considering this form is just Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta but a little more blue, and most of his appearances are just games that were out by the time the anime got to this form, I'm not confident we'll be seeing much more of this form outside of these handful of appearances. And then after that, for our next character, we get a 2-for-1 kind of deal, with Launch. Specifically, Good Launch and Bad Launch. An original Dragon Ball fan favorite, the girl who goes from a ditzy airhead to a cold-blooded killer every time she sneezes. Playable in all the big gachas, as well as the breakers. I was kinda hoping, since she was kinda squandered and forgotten in the actual show, the games would show a little more love for Launch and give her stuff to do, but I guess not. I guess having a split personality disorder in the Dragon Ball universe is just considered transforming into a new form. Mental health must be rough in the Dragon Ball world. Also in the breakers, we get Lemo, an old Frieza Force veteran who served as far back as King Cold's reign, but later defected to help out his new friends, Chi-Lai and Broly. This dude is so lucky to be featured in a card with Broly and Chi-Lai and Dokkan, and that Heroes took just about anybody from that movie, because, you know, I like him, but he has no business being this high up. And from the Tournament of Power, we have Agnilasa, the monstrous four-way fusion between many of the robotic fighters of Universe 3 and their creator, forming their most powerful combatant. A pretty cool, unexpected pick for Sparking Zero. Kinda stole Fat Janemba's flow with the whole portal punching thing, but he's still pretty cool. Then we get Dr. Hedo's upgraded Cell and Magenta's ace in the hole, the massive android Cell Max, in some gachas as well as the breakers and Sparking Zero. Also, we have two of the same kind of fusion, but with way different fusees. Starting with EX Gohanks, the Matamo Ring fusion between Kid Gohan and Kid Trunks from Fusions, and Future Gohanks, the fusion of Future Trunks and Gohan. Being a fusion made for Dragon Ball Heroes, but also serving as a collaboration with Dragon Ball Fusions. And from Ultimate Mission X onward, as well as Xenoverse 2, is Demigra's Demon God form, the form he sort of defaults to after escaping his imprisonment from the crack in time. Weirdly enough, this form serves as the penultimate final boss in the first Xenoverse game, but isn't actually playable there for whatever reason. And just one more special form before another big Heroes wave, it's Super Saiyan 3 Majin Vegeta, a Heroes form that somehow snuck its way into Dragon Ball Legends. They've got to keep a better eye on these things. They're starting to breach containment. You know what's weird with all these forms? They're always just handed out willy-nilly to all the adult Saiyans, but weirdly enough, they never give anything to the kids. Like, we don't even get like a Super Saiyan Kid Gohan here. Honestly, I'd kill to see a Super Saiyan 3 Teen Gohan or something like that. That'd be cool. And let's not talk about poor Pan over here. Still nothing. moment. And back to the hero's grind, starting with the characters in 4 of the heroes games, as well as Dokkan Battle. Back again with the original Dragon Ball characters, starting with Kami, aka the good half that was split from the nameless Namekian, also known as God. Though, I mean, going through original Dragon Ball to the characters who meet in Z, and all the gods and Zenos and Super, I guess that title just really doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Like, what does he even do? Bro calls himself the Guardian of Earth, but can't even beat fucking Garlic Jr. We also have Master Shen, the longtime rival of Master Roshi, the former master of the fighters Ten Shinhan and Chiaotzu, and the older brother of the legendary assassin Tao Pai Pai. Unlike Roshi, his teachings are much more cruel as he endorses underhanded tactics as well as the killing of opponents. And from the World Martial Arts Tournament, we have the Piccolo form of Great Namekian Piccolo, unlike his father, using its power to make himself absolutely gargantuan. Then getting into the Z side of things, we have another form of Piccolo, mind-controlled Piccolo, the result of Piccolo's kidnapping and brainwashing by Dr. Wheelo in the world's strongest movie. And another movie fella is the evil wizard Hoi, the last surviving member of the Kashvar, an alien race who deemed themselves superior to all other races, aiming to wipe out all others with the use of the Phantom Majin Hirudegarn. Then we got another Great Ape character, this time with Great Ape Tora. Man, they sure do get a lot of mileage out of these Great Apes, and I can see why. I mean, essentially, you just get to use the same model and animations over and over and over again, while only slightly having to tweak their costumes. It's a pretty sweet gig. Then we've got more hypothetical Super Saiyan 3s, with Super Saiyan 3 Adult Gohan and Super Saiyan 3 Vegito. And for our last Z guy for now, we have Minosha, Tapion's younger brother, who, like him, was sealed in a music box and was tasked with protecting the universe from Hirudegarn's awakening. Unfortunately, it seems like he wasn't really up to the task, as he was killed pretty quickly after his release. And then for our only GT character in this category, we have Nachiron Shenron, the shadow dragon of the 7-star Dragon Ball, the dragon of the element of Earth, and the dragon born from the wish to resurrect those killed by Majin Vegeta. Though specifically in these games, he's in his form after absorbing a mole than his true base form. Though, to be honest, he already kind of looked like a mole beforehand. And into Super, we have the first form of Frost, which, much like Frieza's, is a form used to dampen his power, both to hide his true might from his enemies, as well as to just help keep it generally under control. And along with Frost, we have Gowasu, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, and the elderly teacher of the North Kai of that universe, Zamasu. Alright, time for yet another Zeno roundup, this time with some of the big guys, the base forms. We have Zeno Goku, Zeno Super Saiyan Goku, Zeno Vegeta, and Zeno Super Saiyan Trunks. And then one that honestly kind of threw me through a loop for a bit, Super Saiyan 3 Bardock and Super Saiyan 3 Zeno Bardock. Because apparently both Bardocks have shared this exact look while in Super Saiyan 3, but the trick is Zeno Bardock is the only one to have ever worn green pants. Though off that topic, we have some more heroes' what-if forms, like Bobbity-absorbed Kid Buu, as well as the Black Masked Saiyan, the identity Zeno Vegeta took on while he was being mind-controlled by the Dark Empire. And for our last what-if form here, we also have a pretty interesting one with Super Pikkon, a form he acquires after training under King Kai, notably lacking a halo above his head, implying that he may have been resurrected as well. And now to cap off the Dokkan and Heroes fellas, we finally get to Demigra, an ambitious wizard who thought himself worthy to be the next Supreme Kai of Time, but after attempting to both overthrow Mechikabura and getting caught tampering with time with strange distortions, he was thrown in, you guessed it, the crack in time. They've really got to stop throwing people in there. It never works out. Where he emerged years later as the commander of the Dark Army to claim the title he wanted all those years ago. Though by Demigra's side through all this, along with the wizard Gravy, was fellow wizard Poutine, a fellow demon that would later turn traitor and go back to working with Mekiabura. And for our only demon form here, we have Dark Toa, a transformation she acquired by being resurrected and sucking up enough dark energy from the demon realm. And then to cap off the 5-timers, we get to the characters only in 5 of the Heroes games. Thankfully, they're pretty mercifully short here. We have one of Z's most important Great Apes with Great Ape Kid Gohan. Another Gohan form is the playable appearances of another fun hypothetical what if with Super Saiyan 3 Future Gohan. We have 2 of the deceased Kais of the different quadrants of the universe, the North Supreme Kai and the South Supreme Kai, as well as the evil wizard, God, Dragon Ball sure does have a lot of evil wizards, Bibbidi, the predecessor of Bobbidi, and the one responsible for the awakening / creation of Kid Buu, using him to wreak havoc across the universe, as well as the 2 separate sets of Garlic Jr.'s demonic henchmen. Starting with the original trio, those being from the Dead Zone movie, we have Ginger, Sancho, and Nikki, as well as the group of the Garlic Jr. groupies from the anime-only Garlic Jr. arc, the Spice Boys. The hot-headed Vinegar Spice, the mischievous Salt Spice, the leader Spice, and of course, the simple-minded Mustard Spice. Then for our only GT characters here, we have some more what-if absorptions, with Cell Absorbed Super 17, pretty self-explanatory here, and Android Absorbed Super 17, a form where he assimilates both androids 16 and 19. Then on to our Zeno variants, starting with a pretty big character in the Heroes lore, it's Zeno Bardock. Specifically the form he's in before and after freeing himself from being forcibly controlled by Toa and the Dark Empire. After exacting his revenge on him, still alive from a battle from which he was destined to die, this Bardock is now without a home or even a timeline to call his own. Simply a drifter in the sea of all that was and all that ever will be. And as stated before, this character holds a pretty similar story to the Bardock found in Xenoverse 2, but the 2 of them are actually completely separate characters. Then we have the Super Saiyan monkey version of the Metamorphin Fusion, Golden Great Ape Gogeta, inheriting the trait of Vegeta and fully retaining his sentience during the transformation. And for our last Zeno guy here, we have yet another Buu absorption with Kabito Kai absorbed Kid Buu. And to end off the 5-timers, we have yet another, sorta separate from Dragon Ball character. From Neko Majin Z, it's the ultimate form of Frieza's future son, Final Form Kuriza. On to the 6-timers. How about we start with, I don't know, Teen Future Trunks. Trunks from around the time he was training to fight the androids under the tutelage of Future Gohan, and a character I can only describe as the sad Bart edit of Dragon Ball characters, getting a decent handful of appearances in the RPGs. If you like wearing sweatshirts and crying over your dead friends in a big puddle, then this guy's for you. Then we have Grandpa Gohan, Goku's adoptive father and his first martial arts master, being the one who gave him his capacity for kindness before he was promptly stepped into a red mush after Goku first turned into a great ape, and nobody ever told him. Weird how this character isn't in Heroes at all, man. What is with these original Dragon Ball characters and not being in Heroes? And up next, while we've talked about the named variations of this specific archetype, the only one to appear playable in 6 whole games is the generic Frieza Soldier. If Dragon Ball had a Lego game, these guys would be the beanie-wearing goons. The ones this generic of a caliber seem to only exist in the 3D fighting games, but do get one gacha appearance with Dokkan Battle. Then we get to the playable appearances of the combined Pilaf machine, a Voltron-style robot fusion between the other Pilaf machines, with Pilaf in the head, Mai in the stomach, and Shu as the legs. And probably the most fearsome weapon in Emperor Emperor Pilaf's arsenal, though that isn't saying much considering it's Pilaf we're talking about here. Mostly Heroes Guy, but also get some in 2 of the Budokai Tenkaichis. And going back to the Frieza Force, we get the highest ranking and most recognizable among the Force's literally nobody goons. It's a pool. The soldier ordered by Zarbon to oversee Vegeta's recovery pod and interrogate him about the Dragon Balls, but was obliterated quite instantaneously as soon as Vegeta woke up. I mean, fuck, if this guy can get as many appearances as he did, then I guess anyone can. Then we get to Android 8, though mostly known by the nickname Aider. He's a Frankenstein-resembling gentle robotic giant who Goku helps defect from the Red Ribbon Army and is one of the first of many reformable and not so reformable Red Ribbon androids we meet throughout Dragon Ball, with his most standout playable appearance being in Budokai Tenkaichi 3 and Dragon Ball Origins 2. And then we have yet another kind of boring, but I guess in this case, one of the more popular What If Great Ape characters, with Great Ape King Vegeta, making his one playable appearance outside of Heroes in Budokai Tenkaichi 3. But following that is another branch of the Royal Saiyan family tree, King Vegeta's other son, Tarbal, the peace-loving younger brother of Vegeta. After being deemed too low-class of a warrior to be a part of the Royal Saiyan bloodline, Tarbal was banished to a backwater planet, resulting in his Saiyan instincts for conquest to never kick in, as his only goal is to live peacefully with his alien wife. As for the topic of his playable appearances, he was big for a bit in the games, notably being a headliner along with Hatchiyak in Raging Blast 2. But this was during the time when Dragon Ball was dead and had literally nothing else to put in those games, so the odds of him making any future non-gacha appearances now that the series is back are not looking good. Then we get to one of the head officers serving in the Frieza Force during Frieza's resurrection, and literally no one's favorite Dragon Ball character, Tagoma. I mean, what? In the movie, he dies instantly and doesn't get to do anything, and then in the anime, he serves as Frieza's punching bag for a couple months, where he shows up, does nothing, gets body swapped by random Captain Ginyu, and then dies almost immediately. He didn't even make it into Sparking Zero. Then after that, we get the Super Saiyan 2 form of Future Trunks, a form he acquires off-screen, though if I had to guess, it was probably during the time he had to fend off Dabura and Babidi. And heading back to Mira, of course being a Demon Saiyan hybrid, he gets his own little variation on the Super Saiyan form with Super Mira, where his eyes get all red because he's evil and angry and he wears stupid red spandex. And also, you know, he gets more powerful or whatever. Interesting that he was playable in fusions. And then we get to the most important character in most of the modern Dragon Ball spin-off games, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa, leader of the Time Patrol and current lord of all time. Playable in all the usual suspects, but gets a fighting game appearance in Xenoverse 2. Then back once again to that Vegeta family heritage, where we have his half-Saiyan daughter, Bulla. While does indeed possess the blood of a Saiyan warrior, isn't actually all that much of a fighter, and kinda just lives life as a regular teenage girl. You know, just a teenage girl who can fly, can shoot lasers out of her hands, and whose parents are richer than God. And though despite only really appearing in one major scene in Dragon Ball GT, the game seemed to really like her, with her getting in some cool stuff like fusions and even legends. And then on to probably the most exciting new forms we've gotten in a while, all from Dragon Ball Superhero. We have Power Awakening Piccolo, the form Piccolo acquires after wishing to have his potential unleashed by Shenron, as well as its further evolution, Piccolo's first proper form, and his current most powerful, Orange Piccolo. I'm a bit unsure of how Power Awakening is gonna fare in the future for appearances, but dude, I am hoping we get to see more of Orange Piccolo. He is just too cool. Along with Gohan's very own form, above his unleashed potential form, Beast Gohan. And sharing the exact same games are two of Dragon Ball's gun-wielding girlfriends, Saiyans. Notable for being playable in The Breakers, we have young Frieza Force deserter and best friend of Broly, Chilai, as well as the bad future former member of the Pilaf gang, and Future Trunks' girlfriend, Mai. Speaking of Future Trunks, during his big fight with Zamasu and Goku Black, he achieved a form a little bit different from Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Rage, combining the power of Super Saiyan 2 with the energy of the Spirit Bomb. Though it's a little bit weird as some games choose to not even recognize this as a different form and naming scheme. Some games call it just Super Saiyan Future Trunks, some games call it just Super Saiyan 2 Future Trunks. The naming's a little bit off. But we also get 3 others in the exact same game. Starting with the pack leader of Universe 9's Trio of Danger, we have Bergamo, the fighter with the special power to grow in size after absorbing his opponent's hits. This guy holds a kind of interesting position when it comes to games adapting him, as he is kind of a major player in Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power, but only in that like weird pre-tournament that they had. So if we get more like Sparking Zero, Budokai Tenkaichi type games in the future, I don't know how much games will feel obligated to adapt him. We also have another alternate universe team leader here, with the leader of the Pride Troopers and the god of destruction in training, Toph. And for the last character in this same set of games, we have the Super Saiyan 2 version of Kefla, the ultimate form of Kefla she unlocks while fighting Goku. But immediately following that, this time in different games, is yet another Super Saiyan form, this time the Super Saiyan form of the super version of Broly. Getting in the usual gacha game affair, but also getting into Breakers and Sparking Zero. And then up next are 2 complete oddballs that you wouldn't expect to get into the same exact games. Starting with GT's Rage Shenron, the Black Star Dragon of the 5-star Dragon Ball, the dragon of the element of electricity, and born from the wish Master Roshi made to resurrect Goku in the Saiyan Saga. And from Super, we also have Shisami, a giant red bull alien who served under Frieza after his resurrection, and technically the strongest soldier the Frieza Force has ever had, at least out of the ones who were loyal to him to the end, and not counting any backstabbing Saiyans. And before we hit our final Heroes Characters brick wall, we have another split canon character, with this time us having the Dragon Ball Super version of Bardock. Honestly, a pretty lame retcon from a somewhat kinda nuanced type of character that had a lot of, if you'll pardon my French, hype moments and aura, to a version of Bardock who mostly just boils down to just kind of being a nice guy, I guess. Well, as nice as a Saiyan can get anyway. You know, those guys still massacre planets for fun, but you know, he loves his wife and he loves his son and not his other son, and that's just kind of all there is to him. And somewhat unfortunately, this is the version of Bardock we might be stuck with, as in the newest big game with a Bardock in it, Sparking Zero, it only has the super version of Bardock and not his Z counterpart, relegating that to an alternate costume. But you know what, as much flack as I give this Bardock for being kinda lame, I guess at the end of the day, nothing's cooler than just being a good dad. Except maybe this, this is pretty rad. And now, we are here. Our final big wall of Heroes characters. Thank God it'll be over soon. Starting with just the Heroes plus Dokkan guys again. Let's start with a fun one. Young Nappa, from back when he had a little bit of hair on his head. Probably not actually different enough to really be considered a separate character, but hey, it's funny, so what the hell. Then from the Meta Cooler movie, we have the Cyclopean Guard. Cooler's brand new, much more heavily armored squadron that he mass-produced with the power of the Big Getty Star to take over New Namek. As well as the big man himself, bigger than usual actually, its Core Meta Cooler, the result of an ancient computer chip fusing with the corpse of the obliterated Cooler, creating the ultimate Frost Demon machine hybrid. Speaking of big forms, it's Giant Hachiyak. He's big, as well as his other form, Super Hachiyak, a form even more powerful than the last, where somehow his ridiculously big shoulders managed to get even wider. Then back to the Kais of the past with the West Supreme Kai and the Grand Supreme Kai, the former ruler of Universe 7 whose absorption resulted resulted in Majin Buu's new capacity for kindness. Though on the topic of Majins, however, is yet another form, South Supreme Kai absorbed Kid Buu. And I was talking about broad shoulders before, yeesh. As for the still standing Kais, we have Kibito, the elderly attendant and bodyguard of the Supreme Kai. And then for the last of our Z characters here, we have Metamacha, probably the most unique member of Lord Slug's random henchmen, with the distinct ability to generate up to 4 tiny clones of himself to fight for him. And while he's only a boss on his own in Dokkan, a team up with fellow Lord Slug goon Angela just barely secures him a playable appearance. Then from GT, we have 2 of the Dark Dragons, Haze Shenron, the dragon of the 2-star Dragon Ball, the dragon born of the element of pollution, that's not an element, but okay, and the dragon formed based off the wish by Bora to bring his father back to life, as well as Oceanus Shenron, both in her princess and shadow dragon forms. The dragon of the 6-star Dragon Ball, the dragon of the elements of wind and water, someone's getting a little greedy there, and embarrassingly being the dragon born of the wish by Oolong for a hot chick's pair of panties. And as for some quick and easy what-if forms, we have Super Saiyan 3 GT Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 GT Gohan. You know, would have been cool if this was actually in GT, but you know, fuck giving any other character something to do, I guess. And the last of the GT fighters in this section is Hellfighter 17, a collaborative project between the scientists Dr. Gero and Mew, who created an identical copy of Android 17 to bust them out of hell and fuse with his good counterpart in order to kill the Z fighters once and for all. And for our final roundup of the Zeno guys, we have our truly most popular playable Zeno characters, with Zeno Gotenks, Super Saiyan Zeno Gotenks, Super Saiyan 3 Zeno Gotenks, Super Saiyan 2 Bardock, Super Saiyan 4 Broly, and the one to start it all, Zeno Trunks. In this alteration of the Z canon, shortly after defeating the androids and both versions of Cell, he awoke one day suddenly warped to a location outside of time known as the Time Nest, where he was attacked by the Supreme Kai of Time, Cronoa, as tampering with time as much as he did was considered a massive crime. But luckily, he was able to convince her that what he had done was for the greater good, and was given the chance to make up for his mistake by joining her time patrollers. Surprised she didn't just dump his ass in the crack of time like she does with all her other problems. And considering we see a hell of a lot of this guy in Dragon Ball's extended canon time-traveling games, it is really weird how he's only playable in the Heroes and Dokkan games. You might remember that he was playable in the Xenoverse games, but in actuality, that's actually just an alternate costume for future Trunks and not considered its own character. And even if he was, I mean, technically the Zeno Trunks from Xenoverse and the Zeno Trunks from Heroes are technically completely separate characters, but we don't have to worry about all that. And now that we're done with the Heroes and Dokkan only characters, all we are left with is the characters to only ever appear in the Heroes games, going from Ultimate Mission 1 all the way to Super Divers. From Dragon Ball Z, we have the Lord Slug henchman of Wings, pretty self-explanatory name there, and Commander Zeon, one of the members of Lord Slug's demon clan, and much like Moa, is a character who actually never gets to fight, and only exists to be killed in one of those bad guy kills one of his henchmen to show how bad he is scenes. Truly an inspired pick. And for our last Z-Goon, we also have Toby, the only significant member of Lord Shield's Space Pirates, and yet another character who is killed both immediately and pathetically. Then, onto the GT characters with some transformations, with Super Saiyan 2 GT Vegeta and Super Saiyan GT Goten. Also being playable is Super Mega Cannon Sigma, another Voltron-style three-way fusion between the robotic members of the Sigma Force, General Rildo's top mercenary machine mutants. And to end us off, we have the Patient Zeros of Dragon Ball Heroes, the first two non-canon what-if forms that started all this nonsense, and the source of all my misery. It's Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta and Super Saiyan 3 GT Trunks. Then heading over to the 7-timers, starting with the princess daughter of the Ox King, overbearing mother, and Goku's loving wife, Chi-Chi. Although she spends most of her days now as a housewife, she was a somewhat respected fighter back in her heyday, though it's sad how rare it is for her to be playable nowadays. It's cool she's got some obscure game appearances in there, like in the games Goku Hishoden and Super Dragon Ball Z. Back to more transformations, but here we actually have a pretty fun one. Goku's body, Captain Ginyu. That time Goku got his body swapped with a big, scary, horny purple guy. That is its own character in a couple of games, and a pretty fun spread of them too. No Heroes games in sight, instead we get games like Legendary Super Warriors and Dragon Ball Z for the Kinect. Okay, maybe that one was a bad example, that game's not very fun at all. Then we get the sinister home invader prevention system, the Pirate Robot. A powerful robot Goku winds up fighting when infiltrating a pirate's lair. And while this robot and variations on its design often reappear many times in Dragon Ball games, mostly to serve the role as enemy fodder, he's only playable in Ultimate Mission 2 onward, Dokkan, and Advanced Adventure. Up next though, we actually get a pretty significant monkey mode with Golden Great Ape Goku, the result of a Great Ape turning into a Super Saiyan, and the form Goku had to go into in order to unlock Super Saiyan 4. Playable in the Heroes games, Discross, and a special appearance in the GBA beat-em-up Dragon Ball GT transformation. Though following that is a pretty uninteresting Great Ape transformation, Great Ape Raditz. Wow, what if Raditz turned into a Great Ape? Here you go. And then for our next crazy transformation, we actually have a form that not many people can actually decide on a name on, but a form we're just gonna call Power Weighted Cell. The form where Cell bulks up significantly out of pure desperation when fighting Teen Gohan, with some speculating it to be a fine mix between Super Saiyan Grade 3 and the Great Namekian transformation, appearing playable in all the Heroes titles as well as Dragon Battlers. And now for a slight chunk of characters who only appear in all the Heroes games as well as Dokkan Battle. Starting with the GT characters, we have GT Gohan, Super Saiyan 2 GT Kid Goku, Goten, Hercule, and General Rildo, the alien turned machine mutant general by Dr. Mew, along with his pure liquid metal form, Meta Rildo. And crossing over from GT with a villain from Z, we have the two evil Tuffle doctors, Dr. Lychee, the Tuffle creator of Hachiyak, and Dr. Mew, a former normal Joe Schmo who was later taken over by the parasite that hosted the memories of the former king of the Tuffles that would go on to later be known as Baby. Then we have another Heroes original form, Baby Janemba, the parasitic mass of evil. And back to Z, we have Bio Broly, the oozing, mutated clone of the legendary Super Saiyan, created by the evil billionaire Lord Jaguar. Other miscellaneous characters include Angela, Lord Slug's handsome right-hand hench from the Lord Slug movie, and Yamu, Spopovich's partner and another soul trapped under the influence of Bobbity. Though aside from these games, he does also often appear as just a part of Spopovich's moveset. Then introduced in Ultimate Mission 2, but making it into Dokkan and Legends are Borgos, Shugesh, and Tora, 3 of the 5 members of Team Bardock, Bardock's elite squad of Planet Smashers, as well as the twins Raisin and Lakase, 2 members of a long extinct alien race called the Beans, that were resurrected by the evil Saiyan Turles to help him plant the Tree of Might, because apparently the power of the Tree of Might just allows him to do that, I guess. Wow. Then we get to the playable appearances of the Masked Saiyan, a version of the Saiyan Bardock who, right before being evaporated by Frieza's death ball during his final stand, was plucked out of time by the demons Toa and Mira to be brainwashed and serve as their ultimate weapon in their conquest of chronology. You just know Cooler was sitting in his stupid spaceship watching all this shit go down from his monitor, and he was just like, what the fuck And yes, I know that the Bardock from the Xenoverse games and the one from Heroes are technically separate characters, albeit with extremely similar backstories, but like the games don't even try to make them seem different at all either, so I mean, if the games don't care, then why should I? And up next we have Kid Vegeta, or as he's sometimes called, Prince Vegeta. Another kid character who you'd think would just make the same bog standard appearances as the other ones, if it weren't for one sneaky playable spot in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. And fittingly, playable in the same amount of games are the two Universe 6 weirdos from the Tournament of Destroyers. Botomo, the Winnie the Pooh lookalike whose body is immune to pain, and Ata Magetta, a big ol' silly robot guy from a race called the Metal Men, whose iron bodies make them incredible fighters if they didn't have the glaring weakness of being sensitive to personal insults. You know, I was actually really looking forward to seeing these guys playable in Sparking Zero, and then they just weren't playable in Sparking Zero, which does leave their potential for playable appearances in the future looking a little sketchy, though it is pretty cool that they're both playable in fusions. And then surprisingly, this low, we have a pretty popular character's base form, the Metamoran fusion between Goku and Vegeta, Gogeta. It does make sense this form being so low, since basically as soon as Gogeta's formed in both movie season, he pretty much instantaneously switches into either Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan Blue. So base Gogeta isn't exactly that popular of a pick for being a playable form in games, though they're still in a decent chunk, I'd say. Then we get to another video game originating character with the base form of Android 21, also known as Labcode 21. This character was made for the Arxis 2D fighter Dragon Ball FighterZ, and is yet another android creation of the late Dr. Gero. Being modeled after and given the memories of his late wife Yomi, she's an absorbing bio-android, similar but more advanced than Gero's previous magnum opus, Cell, with her genetic makeup not just including Earth's most powerful warriors, but the DNA of Majin Buu. But along with the false memories and mystical powers came something a little more sinister, an insatiable hunger. It is so funny that her default form winds up in more games than her form actually meant for combat, but I mean, it's pretty obvious why that's the case. I hope I don't have to spell it out here or anything. Up next, we got a bunch of characters who are playable in various gachas, as well as Xenoverse 2. Starting with Ultra Instinct Sign Goku, a form Goku reaches after breaking his own limits, putting him on the path to reaching a form rarely achieved by even the gods themselves. And a particularly interesting form at that, as yes, it is technically a halfway form between a really big one that Goku reaches, but it is used in more fights than full Ultra Instinct, though I can easily see this form being downgraded to just a costume for real Ultra Instinct in games in the future. We also get Super Saiyan God Vegeta, the form first used in canon in the Super Broly movie, though in the manga it was used as far back as the Goku Black arc. We also get Super Full Power Jiren, a beefed up form he utilized during his battle against Ultra Instinct Goku. Then we have Ribrianne, the magical girl transformation of Brienne de Chateau, the leader of the Kamikaze Fireballs and most powerful warrior from Universe 2. Ribrianne is in a very interesting position, being maybe like the third most major threat in a tournament arc full of heavy hitters. I'm very curious to see how she fares in the future in the next set of major Dragon Ball games. Hope it ends up in her favor. And for our last character in this category, and our only actual character instead of a form, we have Dispo, the warrior of supersonic speed and the blitz captain of the Pride Troopers. Then we get the playable appearances of the super form of the Universe 6 Saiyan fusion, Super Saiyan Kefla, the Potara fusion between the Saiyans Kale and Caulifla, getting about what you'd expect: Heroes, Fighter Z, Xenoverse 2, all that junk. And up next is yet another form, Legendary Super Saiyan Dragon Ball Super Broly. And I know what you're typing right now. Yes, technically this isn't the Legendary Super Saiyan form. It's called some bullcrap like Full Power Super Saiyan, but I mean, come on. We all know what this is supposed to be. I'm just saying, if Kale gets to be the Legendary Super Saiyan, then so does Super Broly. Then we have the Super Saiyan form of Kaba, the form he reaches after Vegeta not only threatens to murder him, but hunt down and kill his entire family. Pretty justified crash out, I'd say. And continuing on with forms, we have Wrathful Broly, the enraged state Broly uses when he battles, allowing him to tap into the power of the Great Ape form without fully transforming him. Kinda like Super Saiyan 4 in a way. And following that, in the exact same set of games, are two forms attached to the same exact character, starting with base form Kale, the timid and mild-tempered Universe 6 Saiyan, who, much like Tarball, also seems to lack the Saiyan gene that makes her naturally aggressive and gives her a lust for combat, causing her to be alienated by her fellow Saiyans. But after being pushed by Caulifla to unlock her hidden power, instead of just changing into a regular Super Saiyan, we get something a little more legendary, with Legendary Super Saiyan Kale, a form that's about as vicious and unreasonably strong as the name would suggest. They're both playable in what you'd expect, but most notably getting a spot in Gekishin Squadra. And for our final character of the 7-timers, we have Mini Base Form Goku. After Goma wished for all the fighters who had defeated Kid Buu to be turned into children to help protect his realm from a potential invasion, and to steal the Earth's Dragon Balls, Goku and his friends find themselves reverted back to the ages of children, referred to as mini forms. With Mini Base Goku here getting the most appearances overall compared to the other minis, appearing in everything he realistically can for being such a recent Dragon Ball character. And to start off our 8-timers, we get to our final and most popular, technically not a Dragon Ball character, but in Dragon Ball character, with Arale, the world's first perfect android built by the eccentric inventor Senbei Yorakami, who poses as her older brother as she tries to live the life of a normal 13-year-old girl. And although she is the protagonist of her own manga, which debuted a couple years before Dragon Ball did, she is a character canon to living in the Dragon Ball universe. Or I guess every single Dragon Ball character is canon to living in the Dr. Slump universe. It's Arale's world and we're just living in it. And while she does appear a good amount, actually one of her appearances might not really be a playable appearance. You see, in the first game she ever showed up playable, Dragon Ball for the Wonder Swan, there's a segment where you only kinda play as her. Apparently, the game didn't want to deal with the whole General Blue arc, so they just have a segment where Arale just one-shots him, and really all you do as her is just walk at him on the overworld screen. Pretty funny, but also debatably not enough gameplay to qualify as playable. I'll let you be the judge. Then we have the second in command of Muscle Tower, the highly skilled but cowardly ninja, Ninja Murasaki, playable in the Heroes and Dokkan games, as well as two of the games based off of OG Dragon Ball. Also, not a playable appearance, but just a fun fact, although he was seemingly killed at the end of the Muscle Tower arc, Ninja Murasaki, or at least a variation of him, can be found in Xenoverse 2 serving as a time patroller. Glad to see he managed to turn his life around. Then we have the mysterious martial artist Jackie Chun, the alter ego used by Master Roshi when fighting in tournaments as well as his own apprentices. He has a similar playable lineup to Murasaki, though he did get into Discross, which is pretty cool. After that, we have the overweight samurai mountain hunter Yajirobe. Definitely an odd character to be playable in so many of these games, but I'm not complaining. He gets a healthy amount of fighting game appearances, notably in the Budokai Tenkaichi games. Then we get to another big-bellied oddball with Fat Janemba. After a soul-cleaning machine malfunctions, the generations worth of evil energy that was stored within the machine is suddenly released, binding itself to and mutating the body of a teenage demon janitor, transforming him into the monster that only calls itself Janemba. And being another one of the physically enormous Dragon Ball characters, it's often hard finding games where he actually works as a playable character, with the only ones he managed to get into being Dokkan, the later Heroes games, and the 3D Arena Fighters. Up next, we have two forms that consist of the two boys, Goten and Kid Trunks, with the failed Metamoran fusion of Gotenks, Fat Gotenks, and a different kind of fusion, Super Saiyan Mighty Mask, only appearing in the Data Cardass games. Never gonna get over the fact that's the official name for that series, by the way. Cardass. Then up next, who else but the king of all Saiyans, King Vegeta, the former ruler of Planet Vegeta and the former father of Prince Vegeta, which went pretty well for a while as he helped cement their race as one of the most feared group of beings throughout the whole universe, until Frieza got a little too scared and blew 2 of the 3 Vegetas straight to hell. His only interesting appearance is in BTS 3, as he pads out the rest of his playable appearances through the usual gotcha crap we're used to. Similar case with the one and only female member of Bardock's elite strike team, Vasha. You know, I think I might have misremembered this character being in more things, or maybe I just kind of assumed she'd be, given she's one of Dragon Ball Game's few prominent female fighters, but nah, just BT3 and gotcha stuff. Shame. And up next, we have 2 members of Cooler's elite guard, the Armored Squadron. We have the big green meathead Dore, who apparently started life as a galactic pro wrestler before joining up with Frieza's bro, managing to rack up 300 consecutive wins during his career, with none of his opponents leaving the ring alive, along with the electric amphibian Naze. Really cool that these guys were playable in Raging Blast 2. I was hoping future arena fighters would bring in more movie weirdo grunts like this, but I guess we'll just have to wait. And then we have a strangely popular what if form to make it this high, Super Saiyan 3 Future Trunks. Yeah, it seems like the type of thing that would just be a Heroes exclusive, but apparently this has also made its way into Dokkan Battle, as well as Dragon Ball Fusions of all games. Then we have the characters I can only really describe as gotcha fodder. Characters who only appear in the Heroes games, Dokkan, and Legends, which I assume exists specifically there to fulfill the purpose of being low-level nobodies that only exist to be beaten up or be trash pulls so you don't get the characters you actually want. With most of them, of course, being low-level movie goons. Like from the BoJack movie, we have this sneaky swordsman Gokua, the mohawked muscle guy Bido, and the psychic soldier Bujin. Then we have some Turles grunts, which we actually get some backstory for, with Amand, formerly a criminal who would just so happen to get captured the same day Turles attacked his planet, and became his second in command to thank him for his escape, and Kakao, a regular alien guy who was converted into a cyborg killing machine to fight in his planet's interstellar war, later on becoming a bounty hunter before joining up with Turles' team. And Days, a former prince who once ruled a planet Turles wanted to take over, and wound up fighting him so valiantly that Turles was impressed and let him become a part of his Crusher Corps. And the only 2 characters from this group approaching anything slightly above generic goon status are Hyper Meta Rildo, the form Rildo takes after assimilating the scraps of the Sigma Force commanders, and the ultimate fodder character of all time, Pui Pui, the level 1 guardian of Babbidy's spaceship. Then after that, we have Paragus, specifically the Z version, a former high-ranking Saiyan during King Vegeta's reign. He was fatally wounded by the tyrant after he grew jealous of his son's extremely high power level, which coincidentally helped him survive the destruction of the planet, and led him to plotting out a scheme to take revenge on his still surviving son, the Prince Vegeta. Overall though, just the usual heroes in Dokkan, but he does get one big break in The Breaker. Then we have the kid version of Pan, the 3-year-old daughter of Gohan and Videl, making her a quarter Saiyan, I'd want to say? That's how math works, right? And despite her age, she's still an absolute powerhouse, being able to beat up fully grown men with ease. Speaking of her age though, man, is the end of Z even gonna still happen? Because Pan is 3 now, and the whole end of Z prologue chapter thing happens when she's 4. But I mean again, Bulma also looks noticeably older in the end of Z, and she remarks how it's been 5 years since them and Goku have met up, and obviously that's not the case at all, so man, who knows what the hell they're gonna do. Is Oob ever gonna happen? Then we get the God of Destruction form of Top. While he is a God of Destruction in training, his strong sense of justice held him back from fully obtaining that goal. But after being tortured by Frieza during the Tournament of Power, Top decides to completely abandon his ideals of justice, causing him to tap into this dangerous form. Like most Tournament of Power characters, he's in the gachas, Xenoverse 2, and Sparking Zero. And in the same exact set of games are the two strongest Dragon Ball forms we've seen so far, starting with Ultra Instinct Goku, a state that, like the name would suggest, lets Goku fight almost on pure instinct, letting his body automatically defend and counterattack without even thinking, and is the default form used by the angels themselves. But maybe close to as strong as Ultra Instinct is the ultimate fusion, Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, the form Goku and Vegeta were forced to take when facing off against Broly. While both these forms were late to making it to Ultimate Mission X, they do both appear playable in Dragon Ball FighterZ. After that, we have Corrupted Feud Zamasu, a form Zamasu enters upon calling down the light of divine justice to strike him, which completely disfigures the right side of his body, but allows him to become much bigger and much more powerful. After which, we get our final form for Caulifla with Super Saiyan 2 Caulifla. Clearly her most popular form for these video games, getting into just about everything a super character would be allowed to get into, barring Fighter Z or the Breakers. And to finish off the timers, we have Dr. Hedo's greatest creations, the old-fashioned superhero androids of the self-serious Gamma 1 and the playful Gamma 2. And now that we arrive to the 9 timers, I just want to say officially, we've gotten through the worst of it. No more weird, silly one-off forms, no more complete randos. From now on, we get to the characters who have actually put some serious time into the series. Which isn't great, because we're starting off with a character and form nobody really cares about. Super Saiyan GT Trunks. Man, does Trunks even do anything in GT? I barely remember. Well, he's actually one of the earliest playable characters so far, dating back to 1997 with Dragon Ball Final Bout. Speaking of characters dating far back, we have General Blue, one of the Red Ribbon Army's highest ranking officers. And I just gotta say, man, what a waste of a character. He really is such a charming, silly, and goofy Dragon Ball villain. Honestly, I'd rank him up as one of my favorites, if it weren't for just one little thing. Let's just say he prefers his pizza without any toppings. Extra cheese. He really likes that cheese pizza. You know, let's say if he was a document format, he would be of the portable variety, you know, a portable document file. What I'm trying to say is he's a child molester. Anyways, nowadays he's mostly gacha fodder, but you can find some meaningful playable appearances in older games like BTS 3 and Advanced Adventure. Then we get to Tambourine, the first and probably most fearsome of King Piccolo's children, not counting Piccolo Jr. of course, as Tambourine was created with one goal: to slaughter every single contestant of the last 3 World Martial Arts tournaments, as well as any fighter who could stand in the way of King Piccolo. And he was pretty successful at that too, killing a great number of them, including Krillin. For that, he also gets a spot in Budokai Tenkaichi 3, as well as 2 of the games based off OG Dragon Ball and the gacha games. And up next, wouldn't you know it, it's father and son both going monkey mode. We have Great Ape Kid Goku and Great Ape Bardock, playable as early as Budokai Tenkaichi 2, and later showing up in everything you'd expect. Then we get to the Destroyer of Worlds, the dread Phantom Majin Hirudegarn. Once a benevolent demon god who sealed himself inside a statue on the planet Kanats, where he would watch over the people of the planet and purify their hearts by sucking up all their evil energy. But that was until the sorcerers of the Kashvar race found him and corrupted him into becoming the main tool of their galactic genocide. Becoming a phantom of mist and shadow, he only exists to hunt down and consume victims to make their life force his own. You know, I really thought this guy was gonna be, aside from one other character, the #1 representative when it came to the big boys, but there's a handful of other giant characters that get a decent amount more than the big bug, so I guess he isn't as much of a figurehead as I thought he was gonna be. Failing the Metamoran fusion dance can have disastrous results, like the character we have here, Veku, the failed fusion between Goku and Vegeta. Basically, he's fat, and he's weird, big, and he's fat, and he farts, and he's fat. And for some reason, the movies think this guy and his fat Gotenks version are the funniest fucking thing on earth, because we get to see them more times than you'd think. Though he is a data card-ass character first and foremost, he dates pretty far back, starting all the way in Dragon Ball Z Bakuretsu Impact. Also, he's in Dokkan. Then we have Bobbity, some sort of horse bug nutsack thing, who claims to be the son of the evil wizard Bibbidi, who was the one responsible for the creation of Majin Buu. Though in an interview, Toriyama states that he's actually more of a magical clone than any sort of offspring, but I guess son isn't entirely wrong. So of course, Bobbity wants to follow in his father's evil footsteps, creating an organization to infiltrate Earth, drain its warriors of their power, and use said power to resurrect Majin Buu to take revenge on the Supreme Kai, the Glind who killed his father, and then get back to business destroying the universe. For such an unconventional fighter, he sure does get a lot in the way of the fighting games. He gets BT3, Sparking Zero, and even Zenkai Battle, teaming up with Spopovich. Then with another unconventional fighter, it's Bulma, the super genius daughter of the wealthy owner of the Capsule Corporation, who after finding a powerful wish-making Dragon Ball in her father's basement, would set out on a quest to track down the 6 remaining balls and wish herself the perfect boyfriend. Being not much of a fighter, but still an integral part of the series, leaves Bulma in a sort of awkward spot for playable appearances, and because of that, she definitely has the strangest ones, getting obscure RPGs like Shonen Hen, and stuff like Dragon Ball Origins 2 and Dragon Ball Racing. Then onto Hachiak, a machine created by the tough old scientist Dr. Lychee to stop the Saiyan menace from invading their world, by amplifying the hate in their hearts to make them more powerful. Though by the time the Saiyans arrived, it wasn't complete, forcing him to instead absorb the hate from the deceased Tuffles and jettison himself and the device into outer space. It wasn't until years later the machine reawakened, resurrecting Dr. Lychee as well as the Saiyans' greatest enemies as Ghost Warriors to help enact their revenge, with that machine being given the name Hachiak. He's also a game-exclusive villain, as his first appearance would be in the Lost OVA, Plan to Eradicate the Saiyans, which is a weird half-movie, half-visual guide for the Famicom tie-in game, which the movie is based on. It's kinda complicated. And after that, he was kinda forgotten for a while, all until Raging Blast 2, where he not only got a remake of his OVA, but also got his first playable appearance, quickly being brought into Dragon Ball Heroes that same year, and making 1 or 2 appearances in Dokkan and Disc Cross. Imagine the world we'd be living in if Majin Zoto was getting this treatment rather than old Hachi over here. That'd be interesting. Then moving on, we have the previous androids Dr. Gero had abandoned but his supercomputer consciousness had completed after his death, that help out Android 13 in the fight against the Z Fighters, the stoic and robotic Android 14, as well as the diminutive day drinker Android 15. These two were notably brought back into the forefront with Raging Blast 2. After which we have Lord Chilled, a space pirate captain for the past and an ancient ancestor of Frieza. This would-be conqueror seems to be a gacha game exclusive, appearing in the Heroes games, Dokkan, Disc Cross, and Legends. And then we get to the final characters of our weird Heroes/Xenoverse continuity, the evil demonic scientist Toa, who wants to break the seal on the demon realms and eliminate all Saiyans, and her android companion and baby daddy, Mira, yet another bio-android created from the DNA of history's strongest fighters. What is this now, number 5 of these? God, they need to find a new gimmick. Anyway, they're playable in just about every game hosting the Heroes extended canon. After which we have the Universe 6 Destroyer God and twin brother of Lord Beerus, Lord Champa. How is he his twin brother exactly if they're both from different universes? Were they both born in the same universe and one of them moved? Or not really sure how that works. Also joining him in the same games, however, is fittingly his angel assistant, the older sister of Whis, Vados. Didn't expect these two to be so joined at the hip when it came to playable appearances, but hey, I'm not complaining. And for the last of our 9 timers, we have Jiren, one of the strongest mortals in the multiverse. After his parents were tragically killed by villains, he dedicated his life to solitude and training on his own, before weirdly joining a superhero team team, with his sense of justice overtaking his want for isolation. Being the final big bad of Dragon Ball Super, at least it's anime, of course he gets tons of playable spots in the modern fighting game titles. Then we get to the 10 timers. See, we're really speeding through these now, starting with Cyborg Tao. After the legendary assassin Tao Pai Pai got himself into a battle with Kid Goku that resulted in him getting blown up by a grenade, he was luckily able to survive and pooled the remaining money he had gathered as a trained killer to rebuild himself with a cyborg body, complete with a gun hand and a knife hand and all that fun stuff. Although playable as early as Goku Hishoden, he would take a while to reappear, and even then only in the Budokai Tenkaichis and the gachas. And then we have a character that technically doesn't exist. It's the theoretical Potara fusion between Goku and Hercule, Gokule, being exclusive to the Heroes games as well as its lesser known earlier entries. You know, it bothers me every day knowing that there are games out there that play similar to the Budokai titles but are all stuck overseas as weird card gacha games. God, I hope they get ported someday. After which we have another form with Super Saiyan GT Vegeta, with the only special appearance he gets being in the beat-em-up Dragon Ball GT transformations and the rest in the old same old. Then we have Garlic Jr., the son and reincarnation of Garlic, a serpent demon clansman who hailed from the Makio star, who was centuries ago one of the runners-up for the position of Earth's god, alongside the nameless Namekian that would later split into Piccolo and Kami. Though after not being picked for the position, he threw quite a fit as he sent a demon army onto the Earth to take the position by force, but was pretty soundly defeated by the Kami of his time. And of course his son, Garlic Jr., only wants revenge. He gets some notable appearances in the BT games, but later on became a Heroes and Legends exclusive character. Then we have Super Baby, a form the baby-possessed Vegeta mutates into after absorbing the power from 4 other possessed Saiyans, becoming, at the time, the strongest being in the universe. So strong, yet he can't even properly put on a shirt with those big-ass shoulder fins. That's tragic. He got a lot in terms of 3D fighting appearances and the usual Dokkan hero stuff, but sharing the same amount of playable appearances is Great Namekian Lord Slug, which is funny because while apparently in canon the Great Namekian form is more of just a bluff and doesn't actually increase your strength all that much, but Lord Slug's is actually shown to give him quite the substantial boost, and may even be his regular form. Also 2 characters in the same set of games are Piccolo absorbed Super Buu, a powered down form that Super Buu takes on after the absorbed fusion of Gotenks within him wears off, leaving the prominent fusion to be with Piccolo, though with the sheer power of the fit alone, I'm sure that clears any foe any day. With the other character being a Mighty Mask. That one time, Goten and Kid Trunks tried sneaking their way into the 25th Tenkaichi Budokai by stealing and wearing the costume of one of its other contestants. 2 kids in a trench coat style. Yep, this costume has more playable appearances than most of the major characters from Super. Definitely helped by both of them being longtime characters from the Data Card-ass games. Right after that, we have the ruthless King Cold, the former Emperor of Universe 7 and father of Frieza. Playable in just some gacha, as well as BT3 and Sparking Zero. Fun whenever he shows up, but he's never been a guarantee. Very weird he's never been playable in the 3D Tekken style fighters. I feel like he'd fit decently enough there. Then we have the dirty fighter Ice Shenron, the Shenron of the 3-star Dragon Ball, the dragon of the element of ice, and the dragon born of the wish to get the world to forget about the atrocities committed by Majin Buu. Surprisingly not a playable character in the Budokai Tenkaichis, rather getting in at the Xenoverse titles. I mean, you guys already had Nuova Shenron in those games. Was it really that hard just to paint him blue, call him a new character? Come on. He also has a weird case with being playable in the really early Data Card-ass games, but having to wait till Ultimate Mission X to get into Heroes proper. There's gotta be something going on with this character, man. Such a theoretically easy character to implement with so many weird missing appearances. And then for the first of our really big video game what-if forms, we have Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, with him, along with Hachiak and like Tarble I guess, being big selling points of Raging Blast 2. Though outside of that, he seems to be mostly left to the gotchas. He did get into Zenkai battle though, which is neat. Following that though, we get to Baby, one of the Neo Machine mutants created by the Tuffles during the end of the Tuffle Saiyan War. A superior race of robotic parasitic organisms infused with the DNA of the king of the Tuffles that were spread throughout the universe with the hopes of one day awakening to destroy the Saiyan race and revitalize the Tuffle Empire through complete universal Tuffleization. And while Baby appears playable oftentimes through his many other forms, the only times you can play as his first one are in the gacha titles The Breakers, Dragon Ball Fusions, and Gekishin Squadra. Onto his super character, we have Final Form Frost, the former Emperor of Universe 6, as well as the counterpart to Universe 7's Frieza. Though most people initially thought of him as a pretty good guy, known for personally fighting off villains and saving innocents with his incredible power, in actuality it was revealed that he was a space pirate. One who puts on a good facade to both start and end his own wars, gaining both reputation and praise as a hero, while on the side buying up all the ravaged war-torn planets in his wake. The only thing worse than a genocidal maniac who works in real estate. Overall, he gets a pretty good spread of games. Then, following Frost, with another warrior from the Tournament of Destroyers, we have Kaba, the most popular of our peacekeeping Saiyan warriors from Universe 6, from an alternate universe where Saiyans believed in fighting for others rather than their own personal gain. And while he's heralded in that universe as one of its strongest Saiyans, in comparison he isn't actually all that special when put against his Universe 7 Saiyan counterparts. Though I have heard he could probably whoop the shit out of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, but you know, that's just what the memes tell me. Anyway, being a Tournament of Destroyer guy, he gets in the games from around that era, but even more so. On to the Future Trunks arc with Goku Black, the result of the first step in Zamasu's horrific plan to wipe out all mortal life. After jumping into another universe with the power of a time ring, he collected the Super Dragon Balls to wish himself into the body of that timeline's Son Goku. He gets remarkably similar playable placings to that of Final Form Frost, only swapping out Discross for the Breakers. After which we get the newest form of the Potara fusion, Super Saiyan Blue Vegito. You know, I wonder if we'll see any other higher forms for the fusions. With Goku getting Ultra Instinct and Vegeta getting Ultra Ego, maybe we'll see some kind of blend of them someday from a fusion? Who knows? And to end the 10 timers off is Fuse Zamasu, the Potara fusion between Zamasu and Goku Black. As you would imagine, very similar playable placings to Goku Black, missing out on only one of the heroes games, but managing to worm his way into fighters. Let's get to the 11 timers now, starting with Super Garlic Jr. Garlic Jr.'s super form that, I don't know, I guess it's just something he can do. It's never given an explanation. Could be magical, biological, who knows? All I know is, Jesus, this guy is huge. His playable appearances aren't anything too special, however, only getting one playable appearance over his base form by being playable in Sparking Zero, followed by another transformation, Golden Great Ape Baby, the horrifying result of the Blutzwave cannon being fired upon the baby-possessed Vegeta. His only one out there appearance appears to be in Dragon Ball The Breakers. After which we have the first form of a character that I honestly keep forgetting even has a first form. It's Sin Shenron, the dragon of the one-star ball, the dragon born from the wish by Mr. Popo to revive everyone on Namek, and the only dragon not to represent an element. Maybe if Oceanus didn't have to take both wind and water, he could have gotten one. Fucking greedy ass. And the most powerful and evil of the Shadow Dragons. His more popular Omega form seems to get most of the screen time, however, as he's left with the usual C-tier villain table scraps of the BT games and gachas, though he did make an appearance in Infinite Worlds. Then we have the super-powered future mentor, Super Saiyan Future Gohan, a character who made it into BT3 as well as the gacha games as well, but he also got into Raging Blast 2 and Shin Budokai Another World, so that's pretty hype, I guess. Then we have Spopovich, a former World Martial Arts Tournament contender, who after losing to Hercule, allowed himself to come under the control of the evil wizard Babidi in exchange for becoming even stronger than he was before. I feel like this guy should or could have been one of the more popular playable meathead villain sidekicks akin to someone like Nappa or Raccoon, but I think the only thing holding him back Black is a pretty lackluster potential moveset, with the only real special thing he does being sucking off people's energy with his little lamp thing. Still a real treat whenever he gets a playable spot though. After that, we have GT Vegeta, sadly without the mustache. This version of Vegeta is a family man, and a far more mellowed out version of the guy, though he still has that Royal Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. He gets a special inclusion in Infinite Worlds, as well as Xenoverse and Sparking Zero. And now for our final and most popular what if form on this list, we have the Super Legend, Legendary Super Saiyan 3 Broly, a video game originating form, first seen in Dragon Battlers, but also one that gets special playable slots in the Raging Blast games, where he actually gets a bit of a backstory. After his defeat at the hands of Gohan in Broly's Second Coming, it turns out getting blasted into the sun was actually a really cool and good thing, as its solar energy helped him unlock Legendary Super Saiyan 3. Was he fucking Superman? After that, we have a pretty interesting non-combatant, Jacko, the main character of his own self-titled manga series. He's a self-described super elite member of the Galactic Patrol, who was sent to Earth by the Galactic King to intercept Goku's Saiyan attack pod as it was headed there. But that's where he befriends an elderly scientist named Omori, and later a young woman named Tights, Bulma's older sister. And while yes, he isn't exactly a non-combatant, he does fight with his spaceship and laser pistol and all that, he's still not exactly what you'd expect to be playable in these types of games. It's weird to see him make it up this far in appearances, considering so many other similar characters that have debuted well before him, like Chi-Chi or Bulma, don't get much in comparison. After that, we have the 1,000-year-old intergalactic bounty hunter Hit, who has the special ability to skip forward through time, giving him the power to kill his targets in a single punch, seemingly without even moving a muscle. Being the first major original antagonist of Super, you know, that didn't come from a shitty retelling of a movie or anything like that, he got picked up for a lot of stuff that came out around his debut. Fighter Z, Fusions, Xenoverse 2, the works. After that, we have the most iconic form of Goku Black, Super Saiyan Rose, described as the Super Saiyan form that can only be taken on by the truly divine. It's pretty much just Super Saiyan Blue, but Zamasu wants to be a little extra. Same games as Hit, except trading Discross for the Breakers. And finally, for the 11 timers, we have Zamasu. Once the North Kai of Universe 10, he showed much promise as a Kai, even being taken under the wing of that universe's current Supreme Kai, Gowasu, to be trained as his replacement. However, after so many countless years of witnessing mortals committing wars and tragedies against one another, he had grown himself a resentment for the very beings he oversaw. That spite and malice ruminating in his brain until it formed into a singular idea. Project Zero Mortals. You know, I really thought Goku Black or even Fuse Zami would overtake this form, but no, regular old Zamasu is standing shoulder to shoulder with Super Saiyan Rose. This guy is also my favorite villain from Super, so I'm glad to see he made it to the top, at least alongside Hit. Then with the 12 timers, starting with Fused Android 13. Of course, being the supposed prototype to Cell, Android 13 was of course given the capabilities of absorbing his robotic brethren's computer chips and energy supplies after their destruction, which resulted in the blue, mean, nut-punching machine we see now. Outside of the now usual games, he makes a special playable appearance in Raging Blast 2. And sharing the exact same playable slots is Salza, the final and most popular member of Cooler's Armored Squadron, or I guess as he would say, Cooler's Armored Squadron. Yeah, he's French, by the way. He's a blue alien man who apparently comes from the same species as Jace, and actually competed with the Frieza Force's Captain Ginyu for his position on the squad, being one of the only people to ever see the good captain in his original form. And being the most popular playable male movie goon, it's easy to see why. Just a good combination of memorable design, cool powers, and a fun personality, and him looking so similar to Jace probably helped too. Then we get to one of Dragon Ball's first forms ever, with Max Power Master Roshi, the predecessor to many other muscle bulk power-ups we see throughout the franchise, with pretty much the same gimmick: high attack, low stamina. Surprisingly, this form is in none of the classic Dragon Ball games, but did make its way into Sparking Zero. After which, we have Nuova Shenron, the dragon of the 4-star ball, the dragon of the element of fire, and the dragon born of the wish for King Piccolo's immortality, and the younger twin brother of Ice Shenron, though I don't know how on earth you can be anyone's younger brother when you're both born from the same evil smoke of ancient alien wishing artifacts. Like, come on, you were literally born at the same time. Unlike the rest of the Shadow Dragons, Nuova is actually a pretty good guy, even helping Goku in his fight against Omega Shenron. He goes about as far back as BT3 and W Baraketsu Impact. After which, we get Super Saiyan Bardock, the crazy non-canon form Bardock takes on after Frieza's Supernova Ball, instead of killing him, hurtles him back through time, placing him on an ancient version of the Saiyan's homeworld Sadala, where he faces off against the Frost Demon's ancient ancestor, allowing him to go gold, making him the first ever Super Saiyan and possibly the one from the legend. I don't know, this special kind of blows. He dates to a pretty interesting time, being let into a couple of games from around the era, such as Battle of Z and Dragon Ball for the Kinect, before getting that gotcha treatment. You know, it's funny, I remember there being a big hubbub about whether this form and this special were actually canon, but now we live in a world where none of this version of Bardock is canon at all, so it just doesn't even matter. Ain't that just the way life goes sometimes? Then we get to the 13 timers with our final and most popular Z movie goon. We have Zangya, which might seem a little weird at first that she's so high considering she doesn't really do anything too special, but it makes sense why she's so high when you realize that she's the only really truly evil female Z villain that they can pull from to be playable in these games. I mean, what else is there really? Evil Witch Mamba, the alternate universe version of Android 18, Fasha, the Snake Way lady? Yeah, it's kind of slim pickings. She's certainly one of the oldest playable characters so far, with her first appearance being in Super Butoden 2 for the SNES, but after that, it's just arena fighters and gacha games for the little lady. And another character with a pretty ancient appearance is GT Trunks. In this future, he becomes the president of the Capsule Corporation, but yearns to go back to the warrior lifestyle, becoming the third member of Goku's planet-hopping expedition to find the Black Star Dragon Balls. But sadly, it's Dragon Ball GT, so he kind of barely does anything at all, and you just kind of forget he's there. He did get some unique game appearances at least, in GT Transformation and GT Final Bout. After that, we have Evil Boo. After Majin Buu watches his best friend, Hercule Satan, get shot by a crazed gunman, he winds up getting so distressed that he's forced to pump out all his evil energy into a separate, physical being. We don't get to see this guy very long, but his design is so striking it leaves a hell of an impression, obviously leading him to be playable in a good couple of games. Then we get to one of our more popular movie villains, at least his base form, the son of Paragus and the self-proclaimed demon Broly, a Saiyan from the planet Vegeta who was born with an abnormally high power level, a power level that reached higher than even most adult Saiyans, and most importantly, higher than anyone in the royal family. After catching wind of this, the king of the Saiyans, King Vegeta, would grow jealous of the child and his father, leading to them being half killed and left for dead in a giant landfill. Though luckily, right before the planet's destruction at the hands of Frieza, Broly would awaken his power, using it to save both himself and his father. Sadly though, this traumatizing childhood would stick with the boy, molding him into a complete sociopath. And with that, combined with his freakish natural strength, would awaken a power in the young Saiyan that has not been seen in 1,000 years. But then, we not only get to our most popular playable giant character, but also our final Great Ape. Great Ape Vegeta, the primate form of the powerful prince, seems to be our most popular. What gives Great Ape Vegeta the edge over all the other giant forms is the fact that while all the others are trapped to side moves, movies or specials or other continuities, Great Ape Vegeta is the only one that's absolutely integral to the story of Z, meaning it's the only one that actually has to be adapted if possible. After which, we have the subjugator of the stars, Lord Slug. Much like the nameless Namekian that would later go on to split into Kami and Demon King Piccolo, Lord Slug was also a super Namekian, sent off to another planet while the Namekian people were suffering a great extinction, with the only issue being that he suffered from a rare mutation, one that made him completely and totally evil, leading him to pursue the life of a space pirate, invading and taking over other planets to transform them into his own personal planet cruisers. In short, he's a really bad dude who was born with the fucked up and evil gene who pops pills by the handful and turns planets into sweet rides, and defeated Goku just by hitting him with his giant space car. Kind of a cool guy, I don't know. And for the final of the 13s, we have Golden Frieza, the further evolution of the sadistic space tyrant. Being a natural prodigy, Frieza never felt the need to actually do something akin to training, but after his resurrection, he sought a form beyond, eventually unlocking a form never thought possible. Surprising to see him make it into fusions in Zenkai battle, but other than that, pretty usual affair. Now we're really breezing through these, getting to the 14 timers, with Mercenary Tao, the brother of Master Shen, and an especially sadistic, highly trained assassin, strong enough to punch through solid marble, and so skilled he can kill a man with just his tongue alone. In a lot of the Budokai Tenkaichi games, and some games based off the original Dragon Ball as well. I guess he did end up losing the toss-up between him and King Piccolo for most popular playable original Dragon Ball villain, but still a healthy amount of appearances. Someone who's also in a lot of the Budokai Tenkaichis is Future Gohan, a version of Gohan from a truly messed up future. After his father Goku was killed by a heart virus and all his friends were slaughtered by a pair of evil androids, this one-armed version of Gohan, other than his protege, is the last great warrior on Earth, trying his best in a hopeless situation on a truly doomed world. After that depressing character summary, we have Kibito Kai, the Potara fusion between the Supreme Kai and his assistant Kibito, and the form they get unwittingly fused into just trying to demonstrate how the Potara earrings work, until realizing that the fusion is actually permanent and they're stuck together forever. They get better though eventually. Though despite never actually being a real fighter, it's crazy how this guy wound up getting so many playable appearances. Honestly, might be the most unexpectedly high-placing character on the whole list. After that, we get to the Alien Kui, a high-ranking, but honestly overall pretty unimpressive member of the Frieza Force, who was, believe it or not, at one point Vegeta's original arch-rival. I guess we know where his obsessive competitive tendencies came from. Again, another character who barely gets any screen time or fight time, but a ton of appearances, particularly loved by the arena fighters. Onto a good guy from the movies, however, it's Tapion, the legendary hero. Wielding a sword and an ocarina, he and his brother were both responsible for the original defeat of Harudagarn, and were given the duty to make sure the beast never emerged again, being sealed with half of the creature inside a magical music box. Gets in a good amount of the arena fighters, but is overall just a gacha guy. Though you might think I may have missed an appearance, as if you remember at the beginning of this big-ass video, in the fusion section we had the EX Fusion Tanks, who is clearly a fusion between Future Trunks and Tapion. Yet Tapion isn't actually a playable character in fusions, with this fusion being only obtainable through a 3DS DLC QR code thing. Onto another movie villain, however, we have Bojack, the ruthless space pirate. After laying waste to most of the universe, Bojack was defeated and bound within a star by the Kais, with his imprisonment being linked to the life energy of the King Kai himself. Though after King Kai's death at the hands of Cell, he and his crew were able to break their confinement and continue their conquest of the universe, with of course the next target on their list being the planet Earth. Same case as Tapion really, though we will be seeing Bojack one more time later on this list. Ending off the 14 timers with two forms. We have Super Saiyan 3 GT Kid Goku. This pint-sized powerhouse gets most of his his appearances in the Data Cardass series, almost being there since the beginning, as well as Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Vegeta's form beyond Super Saiyan God, being basically his new most popular form, but suffering greatly by being only bound to the newer games. Moving on to the 15 timers, we start with Nail, the Namekian warrior and personal bodyguard of the Grand Elder Guru, who was, at the time of the Namek Saga, the most powerful Namekian in the whole universe. Though despite being so strong, Nail holds a bit of an awkward spot, being only a semi-key player in one of the most important arcs in all of Dragon Ball, but only being featured for one quote-unquote fight where he kinda just gets his shit kicked in the whole time. He does get the most out of the RPGs so far, however. After that, we have Super Saiyan Grade 3 Trunks, originally known as Super Saiyan. This is a form that Trunks and some other Saiyans take on after focusing all their energy into sheer power and bulk, resulting in great strength, but rather sluggish speed. Though despite being a one-time fighting form, aside from a bit in Dragon Ball Super, Grade 3 Trunks actually gets some steady work, being a popular character in the arena fighters. After that, we have Super Saiyan GT Kid Goku. Not really much to say here, he's a real Data Cardass character, but aside from that, it's GT Kid Goku, but he's a Super Saiyan. Nothing too special. After that though, we get Baby Vegeta. While Baby winds up possessing many Saiyans on his conquest of Earth, the one body that becomes his favorite is that of the Saiyan Prince. Due to Baby settling on him as a permanent host, he starts to mutate and alter his body for even more increased power. Despite being not a very popular early version of a much more popular form, I'm surprised this here is more popular than Super Baby 1. Guess he's got the gacha games and the breakers to thank for that. After that though, we have Android 13. With the fear that he would be killed either by the Z Fighters or his own creations and fail his quest for revenge, Dr. Gero made a supercomputer AI replica of himself to continue his work in case of his passing. This is the result of that AI. A refurbished prototype of Dr. Gero's first absorbing android, Android 13. You know, I always wondered if he or any of his other prototype pals were also modified humans like Androids 17 and 18, or if they were just built from the ground up. Would explain his whole southern drawl thing. Though it would be funnier if he was all synthetic and Gero just programmed him like that.
Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut.
After that though, we have Whis, the angel attendant of Universe 7's God of Destruction Beerus. His job is to advise, train, and guide him on how to properly do his duties as well as master his destructive capabilities. Though much like Beerus, one of his most major weaknesses seems to be his affinity for earthly cuisine. Whis holds a pretty interesting position, as he's one of the most supremely powerful characters in all of Dragon Ball, but all of his quote-unquote fights in the series are just him sparring with Goku. I wonder if and when there ever comes a time we get to see Whis really let loose and fight for real, if he'll have a spike in playable appearances or not. Speaking of Super though, after that we have Super Saiyan God Goku, a form only thought to be a legend. I guess the Saiyans had 2 legend forms. Wouldn't be surprised if we find out they had a 3rd later down the line. A form Saiyans can only achieve if they are pure of heart, allowing them to tap into the power of the gods themselves. You know, in the series, the poor Super Saiyan God form was kinda unfairly left in the dust, with the series quickly bringing out Blue to replace it just one movie later. And I thought for sure that'd be the same case for it here in the games. But apparently that doesn't seem to be the case, as we'll see up next. Because right after that, to end off the 15 timers, we have Super Saiyan Blue Goku. While seen as the further evolution of the God form, in reality it's more like mixing both Super Saiyan and Saiyan God forms together to create the ultimate balance between Saiyan Fury and Divine Wrath. Has the same exact appearances as Super Saiyan God Goku, except trading out Battle for Z for fighters. Then at the 16 timers, we get to Bojack's most powerful and final form on this list, Bojack full power. A form very similar to the Super Saiyan transformation, and apparently a form all members of Bojack's race, the Hera, can reach. And this form stands out in playable appearances, mainly for getting one all the way back in Super Butoden 2, making him one of the earliest ever playable movie villains. After that though, we have Majub, a form achieved by Oob, who after being saved by Majin Buu from a fatal attack by Baby, decides to permanently fuse with him to take on this form, where in classic Oob fashion, he proceeded to still barely be all that helpful, seemingly appearing only in the big arena fighters and gachas as well as fusions, and even Gekishin Squadra. And to finish off the 16 timers, we have the evil Saiyan Turles, an insubordinate Saiyan warrior who chose to abandon Frieza's army and carve out his own destiny. After pillaging planets and assembling himself a crew, he got his hands on something truly special, a seed for a Tree of Might, a tree used by the Kais that requires an entire planet's energy to grow, and when fully grown, bears a fruit that upon consumption gives its consumer an intense and permanent power boost. Now with his mission clear, Turles hops the cosmos, destroying planets and growing more and more trees to increase his power until he's strong enough to kill Frieza himself, take over the galaxy, and then hunt down the Frost Demon's homeworld to obliterate his entire race like he did his. So yeah, I guess while nowhere near the top, in the grand scheme of things, Turles wound up being one of the more popular playable movie villains. I guess it makes sense though, you know, since he's literally a reskin of Goku. And spoilers, but Goku's like playable in a lot of these games. So I'd guess that the ease of his implementation has something to do with it. Then let's head over to the 17 timers, starting with Monster Form Zarbon. Offsetting his pretty boy persona, Zarbon's most powerful form turns him into something pretty frightening. It's actually rumored that this monstrous mode could actually be his true form. And this is another character dating all the way back to the Dragon Ball video game's very beginning. But of course, this being an alternate form for a side villain in an arc already packed with side villains, Monster Form Zarbon doesn't get as many playable appearances as he should. After that though, we have the Turtle Hermit himself, Master Roshi, one of the most revered and capable martial artists of his time. He was the one to invent the Kamehameha and served as one of Goku's most important mentors, with the only thing holding him back being his crippling porn addiction. Despite being a capable warrior in his own right, Master Roshi just isn't really seen as one of the guys when it comes to playable mainstay characters, often getting sidelined. Still, could be worse. After that though, we have Demon King Piccolo, whose story starts quite long ago when an unknown Namekian who had lived on Earth pined for the position of Kami. But there was one issue. Like most other mortals, he unfortunately had hate in his heart, which made him unfit for divinity. So to solve this, the Namekian split himself into two, one half pure good and the other half pure evil, with the good part becoming Kami and the other becoming the Demon King Piccolo. Despite being original Dragon Ball's biggest bad, it's pretty rare to see this guy get a chance to be playable, but it's always good to see him. Following Demon King Piccolo, we then have Oob. After defeating Kid Buu, Goku makes a simple wish that Kid Buu would one day be reincarnated into a good person, so he can fight him once again. Which after all Goku did to save, well, everything, he actually winds up getting his wish with Oob, a boy born on a remote tropical island, who Goku keeps an eye on until the ripe age of 10, then later meeting with him at the 28th Tenkaichi Budokai, where he then promptly flies away with him, abandoning his family to train with him for the next 5 years, to make him into the world's strongest human. Honestly, now that I say it out loud, that's pretty psychotic. Despite that though, and for how long the character's been around, even in 2 separate continuities and a non-canon game extended universe, he hasn't really done, well, much of anything. His most notable playable appearance is in Budokai 3. Then after that, we have the Great Saiyaman 2, the superhero persona of Gohan's wife Videl and sidekick to the Great Saiyaman. Both her and him making up the superhero team, the Saiya Squad. A character I guess I never really noticed in these games, because she's got a lot more playable appearances than I thought she would. And for our final of the 17 timers and most popular super character, we have the God of Destruction of Universe 7, Lord Beerus. And as a destroyer god about 200 millennia old, Lord Beerus, while not as bad as some of the other destroyers from other universes, isn't the best at his job. While effective at obliteration, he is somewhat lazy and will often destroy people or even whole planets at anyone who provokes his rather short temper. But he's not that bad of a guy once you get to know him. For the first big villain of Super, overall his catalog of playable games is quite solid. Then heading into the 18 timers with the first of our big Gokus, GT Kid Goku. In a separate timeline to the main Super continuity, hot off completing his 5-year-long training with Oob, due to a mistaken wish made by an elderly Pilaf gang, Goku is transformed back into the state he was in as a child, now being forced to venture across the galaxy to get himself back to normal. Of course, being the main character of GT, he gets into all the GT titles, as well as games that tackle both that as well as Z, though it's still not the most popular incarnation of the GT character. And for our next and last 18 timer, we get another GTer, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Using the Blitzwave machine that Baby built, Vegeta was also able to undergo the Ozaru Super Saiyan hybrid transformation, though he doesn't actually get to use the form for all too long. Didn't stop him from getting a decent chunk of the arena fighters as well as the Data Cardass titles. And coincidentally enough, into the 19 timers, the GT trend continues, as somehow all of GT's major baddies have all gotten the exact same amount of playable appearances. Starting with Omega Shenron. The form Sin Shenron gains after absorbing all of the Black Star Dragon Balls into himself, unleashing his true power. And while this character was on a roll for game appearances for a while, after a bit, aside from the gacha games keeping him alive, they kind of just stopped putting him in things. And I kind of have an idea as to why. I remember back in the old days of Dragon Ball games, this guy was everywhere. Even getting put into games that had an almost exclusive focus on the Z continuity, often as the only GT rep. Though from what I could tell, it wasn't because he was an especially compelling villain or had an especially interesting set of powers. No, it was just because at that point, in a pre-Super world, Omega Shenron was just the strongest guy Goku had ever fought. He was the peak of the mountain, the ultimate final boss. But with us now getting Super and even the movies, that just isn't the case anymore. And with nothing else really going for him, now it's pretty rare for him to get any special playable slots in anything that isn't strictly covering the GT continuity. After that, however, a GT villain that has seemed to stand the test of time is Super Baby 2, the third and most popular of Baby's mutations. Although his big boom of appearances was also back during the peak of the arena fighters, I'd say Baby 2 is the most relevant of the GT villains, getting even into modern games such as Fighter Z and the Breakers, only really held back by having so many popular other forms. So it isn't always Baby 2 getting the spotlight. And right at the end of the 19 timers is, I'd say, the black sheep of the GT villains, the forcibly fused killing machine Super 17, the resulting combination of the android and his Hellfighter counterpart. It really shocked me to see him up here with the rest of the big boys, considering most people think of his arc to be kind of an afterthought in the grand scheme of GT, but no, manages to appear in the same amount of games with the other GT guys. Weird. Moving on, the only 20 timer we have here is GT Pan. In this continuity, a 10-year-old version of Goku's granddaughter who helps him out by joining in his grand tour to recollect all 7 Black Star Dragon Balls. Though weirdly, despite showing much promise at a young age, she's actually a lot weaker than every single other Saiyan around her, never even reaching the point of Super Saiyan. Well, I mean, I say weak, but I mean, she is still a Saiyan from Dragon Ball GT. She could just blow up an entire planet if she ever just felt like it. I mean, hell, she's kept somewhat of a pace with GT Goku. She's gotta be hella strong. You know what, tangent time. I think it's crazy to think about some of the characters we meet late into Dragon Ball that are painted as being super weak compared to our pro tags, and realizing just how powerful they actually are. Because just by the nature of how a shonen anime works, like, these guys are still, like, ridiculously strong. I mean, let's just start with Pan. She managed to stand somewhat toe-to-toe with a post-Z fighter like Rildo. Like, that's crazy, right? By power scaling logic, she could probably grab Z Broly by his big burly shoulders and crumple him up like a piece of paper. And even a super example like Kaba. Like, okay, I joked before about the whole Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta Kaba thing, and yeah, he probably couldn't do that, but dude, like, Perfect Cell, maybe even Kid Buu, just they're done. And even for a complete joke, like say Monaka, just supposed to be a mild-mannered delivery boy, he tanked a semi-serious punch from Super Goku right to his head, and it didn't explode into a million little meat chunks. That has to put him on some sort of level, you know, at least durability-wise. And maybe like Nappa or Raditz or something. Videl would have whooped the shit out of Tao Pai Pai, and Hercule, I don't know, he could have probably beat the shit out of the Bear Thief at the very least. Like, okay, yeah, all this has been wild ballpark speculation, even by power scaling standards. And I'm sure I've got a bunch of nerds who take this shit way too seriously, tearing both me and each other apart in the comments section over this shit right now. But what I'm trying to say is, all these characters who are painted as being way out of their league could go back and bully the shit out of at least one villain who was seen as a major threat at some point. And I think that's just kind of funny. Then at the 21 timers, we start with Super Saiyan 2 Adult Gohan. Kind of lacking the initial oomph it had when he first got this transformation as a kid, but it's still mighty powerful, and used a ton in the arena fighters. And after that, we have Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. For a while, Goku and Vegeta's most powerful form. And because of that, of course they're playable in a good amount. Even kinda getting the Omega Shenron treatment for a bit, managing to be playable even in games that otherwise only focus on Z. Though unlike Omega Shenron, these guys actually have the personality and fun moveset to give them some real staying power, with their only real weakness being the games that only use the fusions as transformations and not actual characters. Heading over to 22 appearances now, starting with the Supreme Kai, also known as Shin, formerly just the East Supreme Kai, because all the other Kais had been either slaughtered by Babidi or absorbed by Buu. Now he holds the title as the only Kai left, aside from Kibito, I guess, with his main goal being preventing the Pink Menace's resurrection. And he serves as the final and most popular of the non-combatants on this list, which makes sense. Although he doesn't fight much in his own right, he is said to be really damn strong, apparently able to beat Namek Frieza in one punch, so it makes sense games would want to make him playable, also maybe wanting to explore that mystique of what he would actually fight like if push came to shove, since we never get to see it in the show, really. Speaking of Buu, however, after that, we have Gotenks absorbed Super Buu. Though technically an absorption of both Gotenks and Piccolo, Buu's absorption ability doesn't just stop at taking energy, altering his look to match his victims as well as their powers and personality, with whoever's the strongest being put at the forefront. In this form, not just taking from the fused boy's vast power well and insane techniques, but also Piccolo's Namekian durability and cutthroat battle stratagem. And to close off the 22 timers, we have everyone's non-canon filler favorite, Paikon, an alien-like warrior from the west quadrant of the universe, who many years ago, after dying a particularly heroic death, was permitted to train under the West Kai, becoming his star pupil. Paikon holds the distinction of being the series' most popular filler character, only appearing in stuff that was made up for the show and not in the actual original manga. And because of that, during the big Dragon Ball drought, he was a huge hit, being a ripe character to be explored in the games, since he was so elusive and mysterious. But I feel like in modern times, that's all changed. I mean, he's a cool enough guy with cool enough powers, but I don't know, he was never all that cool. And it feels like with us getting actual new characters and stories and stuff, the allure is just kind of gone. nobody really talks about the guy anymore, which is reflective in his sparse modern appearances. Though do let me know down in the comments if y'all are still rocking with PyCon in the big 2025. 23 timers now, Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Actually, wait, I'm just realizing now, I guess I have to clarify that as GT Goku, now that Daima's a thing. But yes, Super Saiyan 4 GT Goku, our final GT character on the list. And of course, it's the biggest face of the continuity. The result of a Saiyan overcoming the raw power of the Super Golden Great Ape form, and making its ferocity their own. In nearly every single Data Cardass game, with a light sprinkling of other titles. Following that though is Frieza's spike-topped right-hand muscle and one of the Frieza Force's most sadistic, Commander Dodoria. The pink pudgy monster seems to be perfectly at home in the arena fighters, but does get a bit of representation elsewhere. Then we have Mecha Frieza. After getting sliced in half and nearly vaporized on Namek, due to his race's high durability, what was left of the Frost Demon was luckily able to be sewn back together, this time with some robotic enhancements. It's always a treat when Mecha Frieza gets to be his own playable character. He really could so easily just be an alt costume or alt color for Frieza, but it's always so nice to see games try and really make Mecha Frieza his own character. After that though, we have the base form of Goku and Vegeta's Potara fusion, Vegito. After two individuals acquire a Potara earring, they can place one on an opposite ear of each other to combine into a much more powerful warrior, though it's said that the fusion may be permanent. The trend seems to continue for the fusions, with their base forms being a lot less popular than their Super Saiyan forms, as all the exciting cool stuff they do in either Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan Blue, though still seems to be miles more popular than the likes of base Gogeta. Capping things off with Meta Cooler, robotic clones of Cooler mass-produced through the power of the Big Getty Star, and a name I guess I've been saying wrong my entire life. I thought it was Metal Cooler. It's actually unknown how many were produced during his attempted takeover of New Namek, but some sources speculate it either being in the hundreds to the billions. I think it's absolutely crazy that Metal Cooler gets less than even Cooler's base form, but I guess Metal Cooler never really was as striking as Cooler was in his original movie, though it is very cool how both the brothers' metal forms just so happen to appear the same amount of times. And then we get to our first Ginyu Force member on this list, the ghoulish green warrior, Goldo. Overall seen as its weakest member, what he lacks in raw power, he makes up for with sheer strange abilities, with a plethora of psychic mind powers, but also the power to stop time itself just by holding his breath. Okay, but for real, I know what I'm about to say can apply to pretty much just anyone in Dragon Ball, but I mean, come on. I feel like Goldo could have gotten significantly more dangerous in a very short amount of time if he just bothered to train even a little. And I'm not even talking about traditional training, I'm talking standing in front of your bathroom mirror and practicing holding your breath training. You should be able to hold that for way more than just 5 seconds. And yes, to the manga readers at home, I do know that the time stop breath hold is just a dubism and not really canon, but I choose to ignore that. Smiles. Of course, being a member of the Ginyu Force, he's crammed into just about every single arena fighter there is. But in everything else, his weird little green body and lack of traditional physical attacks do leave a lot to be desired. Moving on to Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Pretty high up, but definitely not his most exciting form. He never really uses it to any great effect in the show, and the one time he does, it was in his Majin form. But if you're gonna make a game like the Budokai Tenkaichi that's gonna painstakingly have every single transformation you can in it, then you're gonna have this form too. And to finish off the 24 timers, we have Cooler, the first son of King Cold and the older brother of Frieza. He always loathed his father, but especially hated his younger brother, always thinking that he was spoiled and didn't put in nearly half the effort that he had to. But after finding out he was killed by a filthy Earth Saiyan, he heads straight to the planet, both to restore his family's honor and to surpass his brother by putting an end to the lowly Saiyan his brother couldn't. He's really made a killing in the Cardass and arena fighters, but his 3D fighting game appearances are pretty solid too. And speaking of Frieza, funnily enough, at the 25 appearances mark, sharing the same amount of playable appearances are what I'd call the black sheep of Frieza's many forms. The big and burly second form Frieza, and the big-ass forehead-having third form Frieza. Yeah, I had no idea, but guess these guys are just a package deal. I guess any game willing to go through the effort of doing any of Frieza's forms outside the big two would feel the need to do pretty much all of them, with most of those games, of course, arena fighters. And the only other 25 timer we have here is Super Saiyan Kid Trunks. This super-powered version of Vegeta's 8-year-old lands here at the 25 mark as well. Shoutouts to him making it into 2 of the RPGs. That's pretty good. Then at our next group, we start with Android 19, modeled after a doll that Dr. Gero had found inside of an opposing army's base back during the Red Ribbon's peak. This hunk of metal is Dr. Gero's latest and, as he sees it, best creation, being his most loyal and the only one created from purely synthetic material, though definitely not his strongest. After that, though, is Semi-Perfect Cell, the least popular out of Cell's forms. The result of Cell only reaching half of his perfection after the absorption of Android 17. Interesting that Cell's awkward middle phase is one step above Frieza's, as well as another odd Cell form we'll get to soon. Before we get to that though, we have to get through Zarbon, the pretty boy of the Frieza Force, and Frieza's other personal right-hand man. Can you have 2 right-hand men? Would that make him a left-hand man? Whatever. This vain villain, apparently with an identical backstory to the Turles Crusher Corps' days, is definitely the most popular of the early Frieza goons, though isn't always picked when casts seem to get a little more narrow. Following that, we have a kind of confusing form though, with Super Saiyan Broly, with the issue being that what some games define as Super Saiyan form isn't always the same. Sometimes it's this other form that's technically called Suppressed Super Saiyan, where his hair turns all teal, but half these fucking games still call it Super Saiyan. So for consistency's sake, I've just decided to lump these together. I hope that's cool. And then on to that other odd Cell form I mentioned, and not one that many people think about, honestly, Super Perfect Cell. The form Cell came back in after blowing himself up on King Kai's planet, gaining a Zenkai boost that brings him right back to his perfect form and then some. How convenient. You know, at first I thought it was weird that this form isn't adapted more since it is just Perfect Cell with little electric sparks around him, but if I had to guess, it's probably because this form is just so similar to regular Perfect, most games probably just don't even feel the need to make it its own thing. Anyway, it's curious that this form wasn't lumped in together with the semi-perfect form like the 2 Frieza forms were, but it still manages to get the same amount of games overall, which makes sense. Before we're done with the 26 timers, however, we have Janemba. After a tense battle between him and Goku, just as Goku was getting the edge with his Super Saiyan 3 form, Janemba slims down and turns himself into a decidedly more ferocious and demonic form, all complete with a badass sword. Another real arena fighter and data card ass head, though he does get some light appearances in some other categories. And in nearly identical appearances is yet another fitting pairing, with Jace, the red magma of the Ginyu Force, who I'd argue is their least effective member. I mean, Goldo's usually seen as the worst, but at least he's like a psychic. I mean, what does he have? Just Crusher Ball? That's it? Kinda sucks. But he does make up for it with Team Synergy, with the Blue Hurricane Berter, the fastest being in the entire universe. Except no, not at all actually. With both sharing nearly identical placements, only swapping out Dragon Ball Discross with the 1993 Dragon Ball Z arcade game. After that, we have the most powerful villain in all of Z, at least the canon ones anyway. Gohan absorbed Super Buu, Buu's penultimate transformation and his most powerful by far. With him absorbing the insane power of the potential unleashed Gohan, it makes him practically invincible. Though surprisingly for Super Buu's most powerful form, it's not nearly adapted as much as his true final form or even his base super form, as we'll see ahead. Then to end off this section, we have Final final form Cooler. Long before Frieza acquired his golden form, Cooler was the only one out of his family to actually train, and as a result had a 5th transformation that, unlike Frieza's other transformations, actually enhanced his power instead of suppressing it. And although Base Cooler and Meta Cooler are pretty cool, yeah, this is definitely his most popular design overall. I mean, he's not only one of the rawest movie villain designs of all the Z movie villains, but maybe one of the rawest designs in the entire series. So you just know in any Dragon Ball game, whenever the movies are involved, Final Form Cooler is gonna be there. And then at the 28 timers, we actually get to the first of our main Z fighters. Not counting their forms, of course. It's Chaozu, a pretty odd character even by Dragon Ball standards. A former Crane School student and best friend of Tenshin Han, and maybe like his surrogate son too? He's a weird little clown boy who, while isn't physically very strong, has access to many psychic powers that help give him an edge in combat. Though, the weird thing is, even though he acts like a little boy and Tenshin Han still kind of treats him like a child, this is a 40-year-old man. Very strange. Despite that, Chaozu's still kind of cute and kind of funny, and I like seeing him in games. Cool to see he gets a lot in the really early RPGs. Though back to villain forms, we still have one more Frieza form that you figure would be an odd one out, like the previous two we talked about, but is one that is surprisingly popular on its own, with Final Form Frieza 100%. The form Frieza takes on after, you guessed it, tapping fully into his energy and using 100% of his power, and it bulks him up significantly, though he loses a lot of stamina. Yeah, we've heard it all before. And yeah, a form that I'd feel wouldn't be used all that much, gets pretty good placements. With it being a slight tweaking of a major villain's final form, you'd think it'd befall a similar fate to Super Perfect Cell, but I think 100% Frieza actually manages to ride that perfect line of being a unique enough form to seem cool and worth it to implement, yet not too different as to not be any sort of real hassle to make into their own unique playable character. Following that though, we get another Super Saiyan Son with Super Saiyan Goten. The easily acquired super form of the Super Tyke, of course, gets a ton of game appearances in the games where forms are characters, but he even manages to get some in the really early 2D fighters like Butoden 3 and Ultimate Battle 22. Though following that is Super Saiyan Adult Gohan, another bog basic form with not much to discuss. I mean, hey, he gets into some of the 2D fighters like Goten did, but overall, you know, it's Super Saiyan Adult Gohan. Though, at the same amount of appearances, we have a very interesting Gohan form. It's the eliminator of every evil, the defender of justice, the great Saiyaman, the persona that Gohan adopted while in high school to safely conceal his identity while protecting the city from various evildoers. It's some real Spider-Man shit. Anyway, glad to see such a fun personality get its opportunity to shine from time to time. Wish it was in more stuff. And the 29 timers are all comprised of the little guys. Starting with the younger self of our protagonist, we have Kid Goku. Honestly, both shocking and not really shocking at all to see him so middle of the road. I mean, on one hand, he is the first ever interpretation of the series protagonist, but you know, with most of these games being based on Z rather than original Dragon Ball, most of the time it just doesn't make any sense to make him a playable character. Though that isn't to say he won't make a sneaky little guest appearance as a secret character every once in a while. And needless to say, any game that does cover original Dragon Ball or just Dragon Ball as a whole, he's gonna be there. Followed by another strange sort of kid version, we have Cell Jr. These mini cells are children asexually reproduced by Cell to attack the Z fighters while doing battle with Gohan to make him upset and bring out his latent power. And they're overall just a bunch of silly little guys. Another scrimblow ass character I like to play as for literally no other reason than I think they're funny. It's a shame that they seem mostly contained to the arena fighters. After that, we have Kid Trunks, the current timeline's mischievous 8-year-old son of Vegeta and Bulma. Despite being a kid and only a half Saiyan, Kid Trunks is unnaturally strong, already reaching the power level of Super Saiyan rather casually. Mostly another arena fighter character, though he does get a decent bit in the 3D fighters and RPGs. And to finish us us off at the 29 timers, we have the Saiyan Kids yet again, but this time in a more combined package, with Gotenks, the Metamorph fusion between Goten and Kid Trunks. This arrogant fusion, with a flair for the dramatic, was first formed when the two were seen as the only hope for defeating Majin Buu, and has become the two's main form ever since. Another case of the base form being the least popular, though I bet it would be Super Saiyan 2 Gotenks if we actually got a Super Saiyan 2 Gotenks. This seems to happen a lot with the fusions. And the 30 timers bring us another fusion, and not only that, but its most popular playable form. We have Super Saiyan Gogeta, the form Gogeta utilized to defeat Janemba, and for a while the only real form Gogeta had inside of Z, as when Goku and Vegeta fused to fight Janemba, they defaulted to Super Saiyan, not even giving us a glimpse of base form. It's no surprise that this form would take the top. And holding on to the same popularity as Gogeta is, believe it or not, Goku's youngest son and his spitting image, Goten. Yeah, out of the two Buu Saga sons, it looks like Goten ranks just slightly above Trunks, with the only game differentiating the two being a playable slot in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Heading over to the 31 appearances characters, we start with the Cyberman, a plant-based life form originating from the demon realm. These little suckers are grown from seeds, which quickly sprout into powerful, obedient, and explosive warriors for its users to send out to help soften up their enemies. They are literally the earliest of the Z disposable baddies. You'll often find these guys and their game-exclusive multicolored brothers as hordes of endless enemies to face off against in the beat-em-ups and RPGs, or as tools in another fighter's moveset. But their only playable appearances are mostly left to the games, which aim to host as many characters as they can. And on the same level as a Cyberman is Super Saiyan 2 Goku. I mean, a Goku nonetheless, but also a form Goku never really used all too much to any great effect, and he never really had a memorable moment with it. He only really used it against Babidi's minions and Majin Vegeta, and that's about it. But you know, it's Goku, so regardless of how well this form was used, it was just gonna pop up a lot anyway. Also, shoutouts to this form being the form specifically picked for Goku in Hyper Dimension. That's a cool ass game. And to end off the 31 timers, we have Videl, daughter of Earth's most legendary hero, Hercule Satan, and the girlfriend and later wife of Gohan. Despite being a weaker combatant, especially by Buu Saga standards, where being able to destroy a whole planet was practically mandatory, Videl stands out as someone who could barely fly or even throw a ki blast, but gets many playable appearances just like the rest of the fighters. Though I do worry about her future, because although she was a decent fighter back in the Buu Saga, now that she's straight up just a stay-at-home mom who doesn't do any fighting, I worry she won't be able to get as many appearances in the future, which is a huge shame. Dragon Ball has always had a bad track record when it comes to doing that kind of stuff to their female fighters. And after that, 32 timers, starting with the Super Saiyan form of Gotenks. And is it just me, or is it weird that this is more popular than the base form? I don't know, I just think the mix between the black and purple hair and the base form's design is just so much more striking than the plain old gold. But you know, this is a Buu Saga character we're talking about. At this point, who the hell is even fighting in their base form? Mostly seems to be arena fighter fodder anyway. Notable, however, for 2015's Extreme Butoden. Right after that, though, we do get a base form for Gohan, with Adult Gohan. After a hellish childhood of battling aliens and evil androids, Gohan settles into a pretty peaceful life, able to live for a while as the normal kid he always wanted to be, while also from time to time indulging in his powers and protecting the innocent from rather small-scale threats. At least that's how it was until Babidi showed up. Another base form, another solid showing. Moving on to 33 timers, while Goku and friends were fighting on Namek and training for the androids, a fighter of legendary proportions rose up to claim the title of World Martial Arts Champ, Hercule Satan. And while he may be genuinely impressive in strength to the standards of the average Earthling, compared to our planet-busting, dimension-destroying Z-Fighters, he's kind of a massive fraud. Though despite that, and a bit of an ego, his heart seems to be in the right place at least. But as for the games, Hercule is in a special spot, with him sporting a fine combination of unimpressive strength, huge ego, and a silly and cowardly demeanor. It made him the absolute perfect candidate to become the Dragon Ball game's #1 joke character, which is basically, if you've never heard of one, a character that they make bad on purpose for fun. Though despite this position allowing him to get into most games, there are a couple of early experiments with him being a playable joke that are debatable if they should be even counted as playable appearances, with those games being Super Butoden's 1 and 2. You see, in order to play as Mr. Satan, you basically have to play through the game's story mode with each character canonical to each fight. Like for example, you have to play as Goku when you beat up Frieza, Vegeta when you fight Android 18, Piccolo when fighting Imperfect Cell, so on and so forth. And only then will he appear playable in the final fight against Cell, where it'll go about as well as it did in the show. And after attempting to pick him one more time, resulting in him faking a stomachache, you won't be able to choose him again and just have to beat Cell as either Teen Gohan or Goku. And a similar thing happens in Butoden too, but without the big unlock requirement. So yeah, you don't really play as him, it's more of a cutscene, but I mean, he is on the character select screen, so you decide. And also joining Hercule in the 33 timers, we have Deborah, the former king of the demon realm, before the evil wizard Bobbity placed him under a powerful spell to force him to do his bidding, becoming the tiny tyrant's right-hand man. Though he was just kind of an asshole before the whole evil magical takeover thing anyway, so I wouldn't feel too bad. Fun to see that his appearances go so far back. I would have thought he was more of a arena fighter exclusive kind of character, but nah, Deborah gets a solid amount of games, probably due in part to his unique and cool abilities. Then on to 34 timers, starting with First Form Frieza, the first of many, and the form he regularly kept himself in before his fateful meeting with Goku. With Frieza being so astronomically powerful, he had to make himself different, weaker forms, so his power could be properly contained. And this is another base form just shy of being the most popular, with the boost from the Budokai games not being enough to take the top. And fittingly enough, right next to it, we also have Cell's first form, Imperfect Cell, the final and most terrifying of Dr. Giro's creations. Cell is made up of the DNA of all the world's strongest fighters, making him already ridiculously strong and giving him access to many techniques only skilled martial artists would be able to pull off. But he also has the ability to drain the energy from any living being by sticking them with his syringe-like tail and drinking them until they're nothing but skin and bone. And while Cell enjoys general destruction and the killing of others, he only has one real goal: to get his hands on androids 17 and 18, absorb them into himself, and achieve what he calls perfection. While not being his final form, Imperfect Cell is definitely a fan favorite in its own right, and it shows with the creepy people eater getting plenty of playable appearances on its own. But as we'll see, it's still nowhere near the popularity of his perfect form. Then we have Super Saiyan 3 Goku, the form to go even further beyond. An intensely powerful form that draws upon every single drop of energy from within a Saiyan. And it's a crazy transformation for sure, with a pretty distinct design, though with some caveats when it comes to playable appearances. First of all, it is a Buu Saga transformation, and we all know how the games don't always like to adapt the Buu Saga. And also, I mean, it's just like a little bit ugly. He's got kind of a weird caveman brow thing going on. So he was at a bit of a disadvantage when it came to playable appearances, but I mean, hell, he's still higher than most. After that though, we get another Buu Saga Ultimate form with Ultimate Gohan. After freeing him from the confines of the Z-Sword, Gohan has his potential unleashed by the old Kai, and after a 3-hour long ridiculous ritual, is able to tap into a new state that transforms transforms his pure potential into power. Honestly, same case as Super Saiyan 3 Goku, just not adapted as much as it should be. And to finish off the 34 timers, yet another Buu Saga form, but also the most popular form of one of its most popular characters, Super Saiyan Vegito, the form the Fusion first used when they first fused to take on Gohan-absorbed Buu. And while yes, this form does suffer a little bit from Buu Saga syndrome, it does also still get the boost that the Super Saiyan Fusion forms get. As I've elaborated on before, most of the cool shit Vegito does, he only does in Super Saiyan, resulting in games most of the time just having the fusion start in Super Saiyan and not even bothering with a base form. 35 timers start strong with Dr. Gero, the former head scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, who held a high interest in the development and production of androids. But after its fall by the hands of Goku, instead of quietly retiring, he planned his revenge, studying Goku and his friends from afar, building himself an android army to finally destroy him once and for all. If you know anything about Z, then you'll know that despite being the first big villain of the Android/Cell saga, Gero was swept under the rug rather quickly, which is a trend that I was afraid would carry over with him into the games. But honestly, not really. Like sure, he misses out on a bit, most games that are light or honestly even medium on playable casts just kind of pretend he doesn't exist half the time, but looking at the overall number, not as bad as it could have been. And following that, we have the ultimate form of the Child Fusion, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, drawing out every single last drop of boundless power from within themselves and harnessing it, allowing them to pull off any sort of ridiculous move the two preteens can think of, summoning exploding ghosts, trapping his enemies within giant volleyballs made of energy, and even harnessing the power of copyright infringement by straight up stealing Hercule's dynamite kick. Wish powers in Dragon Ball kept being this wacky, honestly. It's really fun how creative this form could get. And right at the end of the 35 timers, we get a Dragon Ball video game staple, Bardock, the biological Saiyan father of Goku. Although considered to be a low-class warrior by his racist standards, he was an impressively savage fighter, and led one of the most successful planet-stomping teams in the entirety of the Frieza Force. And despite being a Saiyan, seems to hold some measure of humanity and care for his fellow man, which after being cursed by an alien to see the near future death of his entire race, this part of Bardock would soon be put to its ultimate and final test. Yeah, I guess it took a while for the father of Goku to start showing up in games, waiting till around the early 2000s to first appear, but he's been a pretty welcome addition ever since. Though with him now having a newer, officially canon counterpart in Super Bardock, this could prove troublesome to the original and his future playable appearances, as Super Bardock actually took his place in Sparking Zero, leaving Z Bardock just as a costume swap for the guy. Yeah, I'd say the future's looking a little grim for Z Bardock right now, but hey, right next to Future Trunks, if anyone's used to grim futures, it's probably him. And at 36 playable appearances, it's him, the original form of the legend, legendary Super Saiyan Broly. A mutation of the Super Saiyan transformation found in Saiyans that's only said to emerge every 1,000 years. Whether its awakening is truly the fruition of an ancient Saiyan legend, Broly's insanely high natural power level, a manifestation of his truly hellish childhood, or a combination of any of the above is unknown. But what is known is what this form brings out from within him can only be described as something truly evil. And this is it, the movie character to surpass all other movie characters, and even a ton of characters from the actual series. Man, back then it didn't matter how much your Dragon Ball game sucked ass. It didn't even matter how little sense it made for him to actually be there. If you could just find some sort of way to work in legendary Super Saiyan Broly, either as a secret boss or hell, even playable character, you were immediately just one of the coolest Dragon Ball video games ever. Yeah, and I mean, what is there to say? This is the Dragon Ball video game bonus character, and his appearances reflect that. Though another famous form that I'm shocked to see this low compared to everything else above it is Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan, a form very similar to Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form, honestly. Another result of biological latent potential, a childhood full of hardships, and being pushed to his very limits by a traumatic event, Gohan didn't just break the Super Saiyan barrier, but absolutely demolished it, becoming something completely new, both in terms of power, but also personality. Quiet, violent, sadistic, and vengeful. But yeah, weird. The culmination of the final arc most of these games end on, and it's just like the least popular out of Teen Gohan's forms. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, because it's only used in the last fight of the saga, but even then I feel that's like not having a playable Super Saiyan Goku at the end of a game that only covers the Namek saga. I don't know, I really was expecting more. Though the trend continues at 37 timers, with another fighter pushed well past his limit, Majin Vegeta. After seeing his rival Goku reach a higher level than him in his absence, in his moment of weakness, Babidi launched a psychic attack on the Saiyan Prince. While not being able to fully control him like he did to Dabura and his other underlings, he was still able to feed into his latent evil impulses, causing him to act out and go on a rampage. Yeah, it seems like Vegeta is the highest out of our Buu Saga hero forms, most likely due in combination with a cool look, cool exclusive attacks, and a unique villainous demeanor. And at the 38 timers, we have Raditz, the brother of Goku and one of the last living members of the Saiyan race. Before his home planet was obliterated, he was told by his late mother Gine that they had sent Goku off to live on Earth in case of the planet's destruction, which he didn't pay much mind to, though many years later, after he, Nappa, and Vegeta came across a planet that they just couldn't conquer on their own, he had the great idea to pay the Earth a visit to try and recruit Goku into the Frieza Force. And what is there to say about Raditz? He was Dragon Ball Z's first, but certainly not most beloved big bad, though he does make a decent enough splash in a good amount of games. Though another semi-big Z villain that I happen to really personally like, but doesn't impress too many, is Super Buu. The result of all the evil leaving the fun fat Buu, and in turn turning him into candy and absorbing him, resulting in a significantly more powerful and violent, yet only slightly more intelligent incarnation of the Pink Menace. And yeah, I don't know, I've always liked Super Buu the best. I think he's the perfect mix of good Buu's naive nature and Kid Buu's crackhead energy. Not to mention his absorptions are pretty cool too. It's a real shame he seems to be the least popular out of the big Buu trio. And for our only 39 timer, we have Android 17. Originally going by the name of Lapis, he was a normal human teen running away from home before he and his sister fell right into the dastardly hands of Dr. Gero, being formed into cyborgs for his nefarious plan to take revenge on Goku. Though upon activation, 17, along with his sister, seemed to have other plans. And it seems like out of the Android trio, 17 is the least popular. Though that's not really surprising, as the other two just seem to have more going for them. As in the show, he only ever got one fight against Piccolo where he got to really show off his unique powers. Although, with the release of Super, it seems like that's about to change for old 17, as following his stellar performance in Super's Tournament of Power, he's been getting more and more steady work. And going from 39 to 40, I'd say we've reached the home stretch. Now, while not super close to being done, we are at the group of characters I'd say you'll find, maybe even expect, to be playable in most every Dragon Ball game. Starting with the Ginyu Force's very own giant lunkhead, it's Recoome. Truly the muscles of the whole operation, and another character I really look forward to playing as. First of all, I mean, just look at him. The man's built like a brick shithouse and he hits like a freight train. But also, for such a big musclehead, the guy's animations are always so fun and flamboyant. You can always tell the animators had a lot of fun putting him together. And also, his moveset is just always consistent and practical, with him having an array of iconic, devastating attacks, which of course, are all named after himself. And interestingly, also a 40 timer is Teen Gohan. After training with Goku in the time chamber, Gohan goes from a timid child to an adolescent with a brand new grasp and mastery over his power. Though not a form that gets used that much in the show, as he emerges from the time chamber already in his Super Saiyan form and stays in it as part of his training, that doesn't seem to matter too much in the games, as it's used quite frequently. And moving quickly, we get to the 41 timers with Nappa, another one of the last remaining Saiyans who were off-world during planet Vegeta's destruction. He remained as the young Prince Vegeta's personal muscle, and after intercepting a distress signal from their buddy Raditz, they head off to Earth in search of the legendary wish-granting Dragon Balls, and to possibly mate with and restore the Saiyan race through its inhabitants, though that was mostly Nappa's idea. And there we have it, the most popular playable henchman in all of Dragon Ball. I swore it was gonna be Recoome, but honestly, Nappa's not a bad choice either. And all the praise that I gave Recoome kind of applies to Nappa. You know, just less flamboyant, but still over the top. And then at the 42 timers, we get to the most popular pure evil form of one of our most popular Z villains, Kid Buu, the original pure form of Buu. With some claiming him to be created by the evil wizard Bibbidi, legends say he's a far more ancient being, one who has been around since time immemorial, a force of nature who does nothing but cycle between long slumbers and devastating rampages, surviving purely by sucking up all the evil energy caused by his wake, with each massacre in turn making him more destructive and evil. Kid Buu is an eternal being stuck in a feedback loop of pure carnage. And yeah, maybe not super surprising, but Kid Buu is the least popular out of the big three Z villain trio. I'd chalk it up to another case of Buu Saga-itis, you know, that arc not always being adapted in the video games. But even if that wasn't the case, I mean, I don't know, people just don't fuck with him as heavy as they do with like Frieza or Perfect Cell. I could still see him just being dead last. Then heading into the 43 timers, starting with Super Saiyan Teen Gohan. After a grueling half year's worth of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan emerges with a power only thought gainable by his father and older Saiyan counterparts. Crazy Super Saiyan beat out Super Saiyan 2 for the fighting teen, and I can't say I really know why either. I guess games just shied away from Super Saiyan 2 and opted for the more basic form. But joining him in the 43 timers is another Android Saga alumni, Android 16, another synthetic creation created by Dr. Gero, this time modeled after his own late son. And although he was programmed with the main goal of killing Goku, and fitted with all the capabilities of a fighting robot, at some point Gero, probably out of sentimentality for his dead child, canceled the project, and even tried to reprogram 16 by giving him both a soft and gentle personality as well as an appreciation for nature. So if he ever was activated, it would be unlikely that he would be destroyed in a battle. Though of course, that all changed when the other androids decided to wake him up anyway. And while not a super huge player in the show, Android 16's vast amount of playable appearances can be attributed to the very special niche he just so happens to fill. Because in the show, while he only really gets one fight, what we do see in that fight isn't the usual fast flying fists and giant ki blasts. No, uniquely his moveset seems to be filled with grabs, slams, throws, and self-destructs, making him the Dragon Ball fighting game's designated grappler. And with most of DB's video game presence being fighting games, you know, makes sense he crops up a lot. And now, I'm happy to say, for the first time in this list so far, we're actually skipping a couple of numbers, going from 43 appearances to 46. And believe it or not, it's Kid Gohan, the first son of Goku and Chi-Chi, who, unlike his father, who grew up as a weird forest monkey boy, Gohan turned out to be a relatively normal, albeit pretty intelligent kid, who's actually a bit adverse to fighting. though seems to also have been born with some sort of crazy latent power that only spikes every time his emotions run wild. And it seems in terms of the Gohans, Kid Gohan is the winner, mostly due in part to his many appearances in the RPGs. Weirdly, he got dumped in Budokai 2, but then immediately came back for the next game, so it's whatever. And right after Kid Gohan, at 47 playable appearances, we start with Captain Ginyu, the flamboyant leader of the Ginyu Force. While Ginyu is a cunning and powerful fighter in his own right, what really makes him dangerous is his body swap technique, often using it by first fatally wounding himself, then taking over a fighter he comes across with a higher power level than him, both taking a brand new, stronger body and leaving its original host to die in a withering shell. Only a select few have ever known his original form. Honestly surprised to see the captain so close to the top, but it seems like the early 2D fighters just really loved to use him. And also joining Ginyu in the 47 timers is one of the biggest Super Saiyan forms in the series, Super Saiyan Vegeta. After being both undermined by the transformations of Goku and the random teenager from the future, who may or may not be his own son, Vegeta spent months training himself, pushing himself past any reasonable limit and working himself nearly to death, until at his absolute breaking point, he reached the golden form the prince felt he had truly deserved. Really big form in the 2D fighters, it seems. Out of the 3 big Super Saiyan forms, really surprising it's less popular than Super Saiyan Future Trunks. And right above Super Saiyan Vegeta, at the 48 timers, we have the true form of the silver-tongued frost demon himself, Final Form Frieza. Inheriting the position of Emperor of the Universe from his father at a young age, Frieza never had to work for anything in his life, being born with a naturally high power level and a sadistic streak to go with it. He quickly established himself as the most infamously feared being in the entire universe, ruling it with an iron fist, and eliminating anything and anyone that could even be slightly perceived as a threat, and willing to seize power wherever he can get it, no matter who he has to crush under his, well, I was gonna say heel, but they're more like weird finger toes. Yeah, not as close to the top as one may think, probably due in part with his first form being so popular as well. Final Form Frieza still seems to fall a bit short, but above Final Form Frieza and even above his father is Super Saiyan Future Trunks. After coming across his master's dead body in the aftermath of a fight against an evil android, that was enough to push Trunks into the power of a Super Saiyan. Cool to see Super Saiyan Trunks up here with the likes of his super-powered father. I don't know why, I was kind of worried he'd wind up being a more obscure character. And at 49 timers, we get to some of our most popular characters in the whole series, starting with Ten Shinhan. The former star pupil of the Crane School, this three-eyed monk is a descendant of an ancient alien race called the Triclops, and was once nothing more than a punk who indulged in the sadistic teachings of his master. But after a fight with the disguised Master Roshi, he was shown his own capacity for good, later becoming one of Earth's mightiest protectors. For a while, anyway. Tien. So close, yet so far from the top. His crazy techniques always make him interesting in the games, but it seems overall he's just a bit short. And joining Ten Shinhan is Majin Buu. During his Babidi-controlled rampage as Kid Buu on the planet of the Kais, Kid Buu happened to absorb the Grand Supreme Kai, which really seemed to drastically change the Majin. Due to the Grand Kai's sheer kindness melding with Kid Buu's juvenile and immature personality, it resulted in a much different, more innocent Buu. A Buu who still carried out Babidi's evil deeds, but one who often disobeyed, treating everything like a game and basically acting like a giant pink child. He was so unruly, in fact, that the evil wizard sealed him away in a special ball for transport, where, after the wizard's death, Buu was left stuck inside, at least until someone decided to come along and let him out. I'm gonna be honest, I really did not expect to see Fat Buu this high, let alone surpassing his kid counterpart, but I guess he was just too interesting of a fighter to not have in a bunch of titles. And now I'm happy to say we're done with the individual numbers and into the ranges, where characters really start to jump in appearances. Starting in the 50s range, just beating out Ten Shinhan is the other early Dragon Ball fighter, Yamcha. Originally a desert bandit with a horrible case of gynophobia, after getting wrapped up in more than a handful of Goku's adventures and helping him out from time to time, he decided to train under Master Roshi and officially become a Z fighter. Directly comparing his playable appearances to Tien's, it seems he's not as popular as the Triclops and the 2D fighters, but just managed to get the edge over him in the RPGs. And at 52 appearances, that brings us to Future Trunks, the future son of Vegeta and Bulma. Hailing from a timeline where Goku was killed by a heart virus and the rest of the Z fighters were massacred by two evil androids, Future Trunks valiantly fought back against them, but stood no sort of chance. But after his mother invented a time machine, he went back to the past to warn the then alive Z fighters of the dreaded future to come. So yeah, Future Trunks. Weird to see he's only 2 appearances above Yamcha of all characters. But regardless, the sword-wielding warrior's output is overall pretty damn good. And also at 52 appearances is another super popular Cell Saga character with Android 18, the sister to Android 17. She was formerly a rather regular Earth woman by the name of Lazuli, before getting caught alongside her brother by Dr. Gero and being converted into androids. Though technically android isn't really accurate, most of their increased strength and speed comes from modifications made at the cellular level, while their only robotic additions were an internal infinite energy reactor, as well as a bomb to be activated if they ever stepped out of line. And while initially she's about as cold and ruthless as a killer robot would be, after a run-in with Cell, she mellows out a bit and even winds up marrying Krillin. And while in the context of the video games, while I also think she gets as many playable appearances as she does because she's a genuinely cool character and a fan favorite, there's also the fact that she's like the only prominent female fighter of the Z fighters, on top of being the only prominent female Z villain, for a time anyway. So when games like these really need a girl character, she's like the only obvious choice. But yeah, like I said, she's also just a cool character to have around. And then one above at 53 playable appearances, we get to our most popular pure Z villain, Perfect Cell. The completed form of Cell he acquires after absorbing both Androids 17 and 18, reaching a state that can only really be described as, well, perfection. And yeah, that's Perfect Cell, huh? Though looking at his playable appearances, maybe he's not as perfect as we all think. In the 2D and arena fighters, he is missing a good chunk of the 3D ones. Though still absolutely insane, he still managed to pull ahead of Final Form Frieza. Maybe it was just because Imperfect Cell was just so weird and creepy, most game devs just defaulted to perfect? That could be it? Whatever the case, always great to see a Perfect Cell W. Though even though Perfect Cell was perfectly popular, he's still one step behind Super Saiyan Goku. While fighting Frieza on Namek, after witnessing both Piccolo get an energy blast sent through his chest and his best friend Krillin getting popped like a firework by the space tyrant, that is enough to send Goku over the edge, transforming him into a state only ever thought to be a legend. Yep, of course, our most popular Super Saiyan form had to be Super Saiyan Goku. No surprises here. Even while still suffering the playable limitations a form like this carries, even with everything that came out after, the Super Saiyan 2s, 3s, Gods, Rosés, even the evil full power Dark Ki Unleashed, Super Saiyan Goku is still truly number 1. Though just because Super Saiyan Goku is our most popular form, we still have a couple of base characters to go. Starting at 61 playable appearances, we have the Prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta. Son to the King of all Saiyans, even with most of his race obliterated, he still carries himself as a prideful, self-important, borderline egomaniac. And though debuting as a villain, Vegeta would go on to begrudgingly befriend our series regulars, settling down with with Bulma and even starting a family, becoming one of Earth's greatest defenders. And while yes, Vegeta is now a major part of the franchise, he hasn't been with it since its very beginning, which results in him being pretty far up, but just falling ever so slightly short from reaching the absolute top, which is definitely fitting for Vegeta. And at 66 playable appearances, we have the bald human fighter and Goku's best friend ever, Krillin. Being first introduced as Goku's rival when they both trained under the Turtle Hermit together at the start of the series, Krillin would go on to be, while not the strongest warrior, a very capable one in his own right, and who, although shows a lot of fear, would never back down when it comes to protecting his friends and especially his family. Though in the context of the Dragon Ball games, I'd say he's sort of the Luigi of various series, the designated player too, and with him being relevant throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball and across all its continuities, except maybe like GT and the Heroes and Xenoverse stuff, there's always a good chance he'll be there, though not always guaranteed. And then, just one playable appearance above Krillin is the series protagonist himself, Son Goku. I mean, I don't have to introduce who Goku is, right? The goofy, food-loving martial arts prodigy who lives and breathes a good fight, who dedicates his life to the pursuit of strengthening himself, pushing his boundaries to new levels, and finding even stronger opponents to face off against to both test his strength and protect the people he loves. Of course, being goddamn Goku, and these being Dragon Ball video games, I shouldn't even have to say that, yeah, he's playable in a lot of these. Though it is interesting to see his most popular category being the RPGs. And the only games where Goku doesn't get to show up are the ones with especially limited rosters where they decide to go with Super Saiyan Goku instead of base form, and the ones set in a continuity with a different Goku, like the original Dragon Ball games as well as the GT titles. And usually, that's where this list would end. I mean, we got to the series protagonist. There's no way anybody could rank above him in playable appearances. But, if you've been paying attention, you'll have noticed that there's one more character we've neglected to bring up. One who ranks at the top, even above Goku. Of course, who else would it be other than the Super Namekian himself, Piccolo, the reincarnation of the Demon King, former rival of Goku and mentor to Gohan, at 74 playable video game appearances. And while still missing a slight sliver of appearances, he's the closest to making it to the top, being the most consistent character we have, most likely due to both his importance and the fact that he doesn't have any weird forms to bog him down. Piccolo is our winner. And yeah, that's it. That's the video. Thanks for watching. No, seriously, thank you. If you've managed to get through this 4-hour mammoth, then that means the world to me. I sincerely hope you loved this video. Though if I knew my most requested video topic would take me about 4 months to put together, I think I maybe would have held off on making it for a year or two, but it's too late now. And as always, I want to give my most sincere thanks to my patrons who stuck with me through the updates and weeks upon weeks it took to put this video together. You guys are the best. Anyway, I'll try and pick something a little shorter for next time, just for my own sanity. Maybe more anime if this does well. We'll see. Anyway, see ya. If there ever was a dinosaur in a mound of icicles, I'd wanna train it to ride a bull. Cha-la, head cha-la, no matter if anything could happen, nothing's gonna stop me now. Cha-la, head cha-la, oh my heart just keeps sparking up like a ball of flame, oh yes it makes me fired up, sparking.